Alright, we here. We live, so you already know what that is. You already know what that means.
Inside on man. Just like every
Welcome,
time.
welcome. Another
I work too hard for this to let a bitch destroy. I work too hard for this to let a bitch destroy. I work too hard for this to let a bitch destroy.
Come on, y'all.
I work too hard for this to let a bitch destroy. New driveway at the crib, 7 Bentleys on it. Smoking, looking out the window, dropped a tear this morning. Told her, baby girl, you don't want me, I'm boring. She said she boring too, and she understand my story. Ignoring my phone, 7 rings, Robert Ory. Cheapest car in front of the studio, cost 140. Got a QP in the Sprinter.
We had a great Thanksgiving yesterday.
Week so I could bring her.
Tell me about
bitch
your
dressed to kill,
Thanksgiving.
look
We
like
back.
a singer. TMZ called out my mystery
Man, oh
woman.
man, did I
Rarely
eat.
on TV, I'm always into something. Got my charged up
We made it
homies
another
with me, they
week
don't
on
want to
top
hear
of that.
nothing. About niggas approaching
We
me,
lit.
shorting me money before I finish
What's
the sentence.
going on,
Saying do it,
everybody?
they done it. House shaking cause my car running.
you
I
doing?
ran them off road in a black Hummer. Yeah. I work too hard for this to let a bitch destroy it. I work too hard for this to let a bitch destroy it.
Come on.
I work too hard for this to let a bitch destroy it.
How y'all
I
doing,
work too hard
man?
for this to let a bitch destroy it. Crib big, dreams enormous, not the typical sex symbol. My hustle make them women horny. Baggage claim, collect my things, wearing the feline sweatshirt and one of my favorite chains. I remember car services in the rain. I remember shrimp and grits and champagne. Can't remember my name, but such is life, and it's the motherfucking game. Jet life. I work too hard for this to let a bitch destroy it. I work too hard for this to let a bitch destroy it. I work too hard for this to let a bitch destroy it. I work too hard for this to let a bitch destroy it. Rolexes for the shoe, the Porsches for the lawyers. Take care of the ones who make it happen for you. I work too hard for this to let a bitch destroy it. I work too hard for this. Shepherds on switch, baby, smoking weed in it.
How y'all doing,
Any
man?
bitch.
Get y'all ass
Work
in
too
the
hard for
chat.
this to let a bitch destroy it.
This big Hotep. It's Friday.
Driveway at the crib, 7 Bentleys on it.
You gonna turn up a little
Lexus for
bit,
the shoes,
man.
Porsches for the lawyers. Take care of the ones who make it happen for you. Work too hard for this to let a bitch destroy it.
Yes, y'all. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Hotep History Live. I am your host with the most, President Hotep Dudes, reporting live from Hotep Nation inside of Hotepistan. I hope you guys have had an amazing week, okay? I hope you guys were able to have fun with your family, enjoy each other, be able to eat good, drink good, smoke good if that's what you do, okay? Laugh, jokes, card games, dominoes, dice, the aunties gossiping in the kitchen, you feel me? Your moms and your pops and all of that, you feel me? Like, just everybody coming together and having a great time, That's what it's all about. That's what it's always been about. I told y'all over and over again that the most expensive, the most valuable currency will always be family. Nothing is more important than family. 0 things in this world are more important than family. I stand on that. I stand by that. And I want you guys to understand the importance of it. And yesterday was just one of the many times that families come together, get together to be able to enjoy each other, especially because, we all got our own lives to live and things that we got to do. So being able to, fly there, drive there, or whatever it is, to be able to link up with your kinfolk, man, is always a good time. And I appreciate everybody who participated. You know what I mean? So, yeah, my Thanksgiving was great. I didn't go into town like I would. But, I FaceTimed everybody. I linked up with a lot of people. And just had great conversations. That was the thing that I did. I talked to all my cousins. I talked to my sister. I talked to my moms, and just being able to celebrate the fact that we all exist. You know what I'm saying? That we all know and love each other. And just building from there, man. Just listening to all of the developments in my family's lives and all of the things that they got going on, promotions, new babies, marriages, all types of fly stuff. To hear about it was always good, and be able to share my successes. I told them about y'all. You know what I'm saying? I told them, about Hotep history and all of the things that I'm doing. And, they're equally as proud of me as I am of them. And to be able to get that grounding, to be able to get that type of love, to be able to, get that level of intimacy with your family is very important. It recharges your batteries. It, reinvigorates why you do some of the things that you do, And this is ancestral. You already know. The ancestors were real big on family, so big that we created a tradition like family reunions based upon that, and you know what, it really it shows when I talk about the enemy, right? These different factions of the federal government and all of that. I say it all of the time, but it really like confirmed. It was confirmed yesterday, right? When I'm talking to my family and all this other stuff, it's like the enemy, the government would want us to be splintered. They would want us to not be with each other. They would want us to be at odds. They would want us to, be lone wolves. I say that all of the time. And the energy that you get from your family, the family, the family that loves you, that nurtures you, that takes care of you, that supports you, and all of these different things. Obviously, I'm not talking about the toxic family, or, who mean you harm, but just in general, when it comes to your family, like they know that there's power in family. They know that there's strength in family. They know that if you were family oriented, family minded, family first, and the things that you do, you will be much less prone or susceptible to their pimping. You'll be much less prone to falling for the pimping. And you see it in different pockets in Black America, but all throughout the country, when it comes down to like certain immigrants, cultures, they insulate themselves. That's a form of emphasizing family. Like, I'm only going to want to move about or behave in a particular way as long as I got my people around me. So I'm going to live in places where my people are. I'm going to do business in places where my people are. I'm going to advocate for the places my people are. And that's how we're going to rock. Now, people can come from outside, visit us, and me and my people, shop with us, do all that type of cool stuff. But when it comes down to us, we're going to make sure that we protect ourselves, insulate ourselves from the outside, because we don't know for sure if you mean us harm. So having a real strict open door policy opens you up to danger unnecessarily. And that's exactly what your enemy wants. Your enemy wants you easily penetrable. They want you to be very defenseless when you're operating out here. Because if you're defenseless, your first instinct, if you don't have a family, if you're not connected to your family, is to run to them, is to run to the government for the solutions to your problems. And they love nothing more than that. They want you away from your mother, your father, your sister, your brother, your cousins, your aunts, your uncles, grandparents, et cetera, because if they isolate you, okay, they now can, push things onto you that you wouldn't have actually, fucked with otherwise. But because you are so isolated in not only in your thought, but in your behavior, in the way that you look at yourself and you look at the world, that's when they're able to really attack. Everybody's splintered. Nobody's on the same accord. And I'm not sitting here, I tell you, I'm the first one to tell you that I don't believe, in racial uniformity. I don't think that every Black person or every white person is ever going to believe, think, move, or behave a particular way, one way. That's an impossibility. However, you creating your tribe, you creating your community, you voluntarily associating with people who are like-minded with you is going to be a remedy. So while we are always going to stand on our individual rights and things like that, there is always going to be power and strength in community. There's always going to be power and strength in family. You feel me? So at the end of the day, yesterday, mixed with the things that I've been researching all of these years and the things that I see happening on the ground as it pertains to the government, it just lets me know that these people want you splintered. They want you beefed out with your aunt. They want you to stop talking to your mother and your pops for years and years and years. They want that because then they get to come in and replace your family. They get to come in and replace the people that are supposed to have your best interests at heart. And they're going to play against that every single time. They're going to play against your loneliness. They're going to play against your isolation. So when it comes down to falling for the pimping and stuff like that, I tell people, yo, if you really just want a rudimentary, bare bones way to, attack this, whatever the federal government should have you do the opposite. You feel me? So if they want you isolated, you definitely need to double down on family. If they want you to being a mindless consumer, you definitely need to be a mindful, financially literate person. You need to be on top of your bread. They want you dumb, so you need to be intelligent. They want you unhealthy, so you need to get fit. Just do the complete opposite of what your enemy prescribes for you, and you'll do better than, most people in this country, period. In a country of 330 plus million people, you will be heads and shoulders above the fray. The general population, if you just do the complete opposite of what's prescribed to you by the government or whatever the government subsidizes. That's it. So that's really what it is, man. That's really what it is. And it really just, it falls into the theme of today's show, right? Revolts, rebellions, and resistance. I had said in my my opening, little monologue or whatever in the last show, just about how when it comes down to pragmatism versus radicalism, and how in the late 19th century, right, fresh off the plantation, Black Americans who were gradualists, pragmatists, and the radicals, even though they had different approaches, it was towards the same exact goal, right? It was toward not even just the late 19th century, but just previous to slavery ending, these two groups of people, these two trains of thought, while different, still had the same goal in mind. And it wasn't until the late 20th century to where you see that separation, which is just a macrocosm of what I'm talking about as far as them trying to separate you from your family. They wanted to make sure that the pragmatists and the radicals never found common ground. And that is where you're going to see the first real splintering of Black America. Before they even took, the father out of the home, they attacked Black America on that basis. Ideological, political, socio-political, socio-economic lines. That's what the whole point was, is to be able to splinter Black America in that way. So you got now, again, in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, a bunch of people who are pushing, gradualism and pragmatism, practicality, et cetera, limited government, all of these things, economic based, economic oriented, policies or ideologies, it's establishments, institutions, et cetera. And then on the radical side, you got a bunch of people who in their mind, or even in execution in certain ways, want the betterment of Black America, but they're doing it through a doctrine that is largely going to harm Black America. And that's honestly, for the first time, really gave legs. Because in the early 20th century, you'll have some of these ideologies and stuff like that, but it really didn't take shape until the civil rights era, to where now we got a lot on the line. And I go over this over and over again because, this is something that I'm passionate about, one, and then two, it pops up too many different times in my research to where there was a pragmatic, practical way that Black Americans were prescribing for other Black Americans, and then you'll have the radicals beat them out based upon fanfare, based upon mainstream media, based upon, the new flavor of the week, and being able to present it in a way that's attractive, hot, new, fresh. Like, that's still a thing. PR. publicity. Like, that's the thing. You know, I talk about this all the time when it comes down to the NAACP. One of the things that the NAACP was always good at was propaganda. They were good at PR. So even though they know about Claudette Colvin, 15-year-old dark-skinned girl who was impregnated by a Jewish man, who also, who was the first person to not give up her seat. They went with the fair-skinned elderly woman or older woman because the optics made more sense. They were aware of optics. And so when you're dealing with people who are understanding optics, understanding media, understanding, galvanization through the media, yeah, you're going to have to be able to fight against that with similar tactics, even if it's going to obviously show itself to be different. You have to be attractive to the youth. You have to be attractive for the people that are going to be the ones pushing your ideology forward. It's not going to be the 60-year-old guy or woman who has pretty much lived the bulk of their lives. It's going to be the 19-year-old. It's going to be the 22-year-old. It's going to be the 25-year-old who has a lot more life to live, right? And so when we're talking about, again, aesthetics, optics, rhetoric, galvanization, all that other stuff, yeah, they're speaking the youth's language, while the pragmatists are like, yo, listen, no, you need to be this and you need to be that. It's like, yo, dog, we tired of that. The main reason why we're fighting up against this is because we're tired of people who don't look like you, saying particular things. And now we have somebody now looks like us that are wagging their finger at us and telling us no, but not really giving us an attractive alternative. I won't lie on the pragmatists and the gradualists of the 60s and say that they didn't have anything that was, actually, good. But the way that they sold it was everything that you believe, as far as the radicals, everything that you guys believe is a bunch of bullshit. It's all backwards. There's no merit. There's no credence to it. And now you are just belittling the people that you want to actually hear you out. And this is something that has been consistently happening since the 70s, since the 60s. And now, again, the mainstream black conservative, I'm not talking about the guys like, me. You feel me? I'm never going to even name anybody, right? Sonny Johnson. Well, that's like the perfect example, really, honestly, right? So I'm not talking about the Sonny Johnsons, but the mainstream black conservatives, even to this day, they're lecturers. They want to browbeat you into something instead of bringing you in and meeting you where you're at. We watched the video in the last stream of the young guy, teenager in Baltimore. Now, those older guys could have walked up to him and said, little nigga, you need to drop that gun and don't have no motherfucking guns, and just browbeat him with objectively good, quote unquote, good things. They're good things, but the way that you're saying it to the young man, you're talking at him, you're not talking to him. You have to accept that there are going to be people who just genuinely do not understand what the fuck you're talking about and where you're coming from. That's the thing about the black conservatives that I have an issue with, is that you guys will say things like the Democratic plantation, but then don't want to take it to its full conclusion. And you'll learn that tonight. There were black slaves who were like, no, y'all shouldn't revolt. Y'all shouldn't, rebel. And they would go and act on that. They would go and act on that disagreements. They would foil real life slave insurrections or slave revolts rather, or rebellions based upon them and their fear or whatever it is. Some of them just legitimately didn't have a negative relationship with their slave owner. You may call that whatever it is, but they legitimately thought they were doing the right thing. Crazy, right? So when it comes down to actually helping Black America and actually wanting to see the change out there, first, you got to be living it. That's one. You can't be out here browbeating a bunch of people, espousing a bunch of ideals and virtues and values, and then they can't see it in your own life. that's off the dribble. You're already playing a losing game. You're behind the 8 ball. You're going to stay behind the 8 ball. But once you actually are, showcasing that stuff, you also have to be able to make it attractive to the people who have been told that the complete opposite is what's attractive. You got to talk to them. So for me, I look at it like this. The best thing that you can do, if you are somebody who's pragmatic, who's practical, who believes in Black American advancement in the 21st century based upon the doctrines and the prescriptions that were laid out by our ancestors in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, okay, even the early 20th centuries, then you have to be able to show these people why they should even listen to you in the first place. And that's the reason why on this show, I don't sit there and focus on a bunch of white oppression. I could sit here and make the same arguments that I'm making by showing you a bunch of shit that the ancestors went through. But I am standing here telling you that our ancestors, us period, but our ancestors specifically in the realm of history, were not just reduced to how they were treated or viewed by white people. That's insanity. That's white history just with niggas sprinkled on top of it. Nigga sprinkles. You feel me? I'm not doing that. You're going to learn about the Black towns. You're going to learn about the Black geniuses. You're going to learn about the Black millionaires and business owners. You're going to learn about the Black fathers, mothers, children. You're going to learn about what our ancestors actually wanted us to know about them. You dig what I'm saying? When it comes down to talking about racism, calling out racism, responding to it, they did it. But they did it to where they weren't going to sacrifice themselves to stop it. And you know why? It's because they loved themselves and other Black people more than they hated racism. And that is one of the fundamental things that has changed since the late 60s, right? And now, right? All of the things before the late 50s going into the 70s. I would say like 55 going into 1970. Previous to that time, Black Americans were more focused on their advancement. They were more focused on bolstering their numbers. They were more focused on emphasizing education, family, God, enterprising, voting for your self-interest, and all of these different things, more than they were focused on ending racism. That wasn't the first thing on their list. That was not, the thing that got the most energy, because that didn't make any sense. And now in 2025, there are people who hate racism more than they love Black people. Black, white, or otherwise. Because, you got these so-called white allies that people think they have. Those white people hate racism more than they actually fuck with Black people. The Black people that claim that they're so pro-Black, they hate racism more than they actually love Black people in their own, in themselves. They would this is the reason why all of these sacrificial policies and sacrificial behaviors are what they are. They're willing to sacrifice their own well-being. They're willing to sacrifice their own communities simply to fight against racism. That's it. So if fighting against racism loses Black jobs, closes Black businesses, harms Black people, that's fine, because we're fighting racism. And the way they look at it is like, oh shit, you got to crack a couple eggs and make an omelet. But the eggs that they're cracking are the things that you were supposed to be fighting to grow. You're cracking the very eggs that even set you out on this journey in the first place. If you don't have a Black community to advocate for, how could you be pro-Black? And if you're going to be pro-Black to where your pro-Blackness is now about to eradicate a Black community, how pro-Black could you possibly be? You're just anti-racist. And you'll stop at nothing, even if it means your own destruction, to stop racism. And then when me thinking the way I think, it's like, yo, you are actually doing the bidding of the racist people. What other agenda would racist people have than for you to destroy yourself? So when motherfuckers be telling me like, yo, son, sometimes we gotta fucking burn down some Wendy's or burn down some businesses or burn down whatever it is in our city when a motherfucker do something bad to a Black American, it's like, yo, you not hearing what you're saying. You're telling me that you're willing to starve. That you're willing to starve. You're willing to take away from yourself in pursuit of taking away from racism. But the end result of you doing that just bolsters the people who believe you should not have a high quality of life. You're aiding and abetting your own enemy's ideology and calling it your own. You've adopted your enemy's prescription for you. They slap a pro-black sticker on top of the shit, pro-black label on top of the shit, and then you ingest it and then start acting it out. And it's like, yo, y'all don't honestly see just how backward that is. And for me, it's like, damn, son, like, I don't think that I'm some super special Negro. I don't. I talk about that shit all of the time. The things that I do on the show, the things that I do in real life, while I believe is very, beneficial to anybody that would hear it, I don't think that I'm so special that nobody else can do it. Oh, shit. Gotta plug my computer in. 1 second, y'all. Is it right here? Yep. Here we go. Nope, not that one. Forgot to plug it in. Forgot to plug the battery in. Can't be out here losing power. That'd be tragic. All right. So no, I don't think that I'm so super, special and all of that to where nobody else can do what I do. I don't believe that whatsoever. I believe that everybody has the ability to do what I'm doing. And I think more people think like me than not, to be totally honest with you. Now, I know what I'm up against when it comes down to the loud people that would be my opposition. Like, I get how loud they are. But, like, dog, 60% of Black Americans don't vote at all. What does that tell you? They've checked out of the process. They've checked out of the process. So for me, it's just like, nah, dog, like, I'm not about to be, a defeatist in that regard. I'm always going to be optimistic. There'll be times, I'm not going to say people, I'm not going to put it on anybody else. There will be times where I'm like, yo, son, Black people are cooked. Like, I see certain things and I'll see the certain responses to it. And I'll be like, man, Black people are cooked. I ain't even going to lie. And then I'll see something else, several things else that reinstate the same things that I've always believed about us. Always. Even when I wasn't even on this Hotep history stuff. Just moving about as a teenager, I never felt inferior based upon my skin color, ever. Ever. Not one point in my life did I ever feel like I couldn't do something because I was Black. Never, ever, ever, ever. Not one time in my life. If anything, I felt like my station in life, as far as like economically and stuff like that, like those things may have harmed me because I may not have the connections or whatever it is, or even some like my aptitude. Y'all know how I was. I didn't go to school. So a lot of the stuff, while I'm thinking that I'm, smart and I'm doing all of this stuff, like there's still a bunch of book learning that my peers have been getting that I didn't get because I wasn't going to school like that. So there'll be things like that I would attribute to me not getting the job or me not getting the deal or me really not carrying myself the way I could have in a meeting or something like that. Because I'm 17 years old and I'm getting, the bulk of my education from, smart men, obviously, but they're not teachers. They're not, they're not traditional teachers. They're older men who have an affinity for me and want to see me grow and stuff like that. But they're going to teach me the things that they know. So there'll be certain times where I'll be in a meeting and there's Black people in there, there's Asian people in there and all that other stuff. It's different races. And, they're talking over my head. I'm 18 years old. I'm really not, understanding too much. It'll be things like that. I wouldn't walk, if I didn't get that deal, I didn't walk out of that meeting thinking like, yo, they didn't give me that deal because I'm Black. That wasn't the thought that came to my mind. It's not like I didn't know what racism was and no shit like that. I knew exactly what racism was. But I always graded racism on a different type of scale than most people. There's too many different times where I've seen my contemporaries lose their shit over shit that they even consider a microaggression. A term that was created by a CIA operative, by the way. Microaggression is a term created by a CIA operative, a black dude. I forgot his name. But yeah, so it's like when it came down to that, I was never really sensitive about my race. Never. And I think that is something that does help me when I am researching this history, is because I'm not sitting there. First of all, I'm not sitting there and inundating myself with a bunch of victim narratives. I'm not inundating myself with a bunch of second-class citizen, type of rhetoric when it comes to my ancestors. You feel me? Because I'm getting black history from black people. That's the first, why wouldn't you? You know what I'm saying? This is not some ancient history that was like 1,000 years ago. Nah, some black people wrote shit down 150 years ago. I'm gonna read that first before I read, another person's interpretation of what they said or what they were feeling. Now, I'm gonna read the primary source first and foremost. And because of that, even if I come across some text that is, nothing positive at all, you know what I'm saying, by and large, nothing positive at all, I'm still able to read that shit like, damn, that was some fucked up shit, right? And not internalize it in a way to where it's like, this is not this person's individual journey, because there's a black person in that same town, in that same city, who made good, who did much better than, other people. I take it all in, pause. And so because of that, I have a full dimensional view of the ancestors. And what we have proven time and time again, will be proven again when we get to the bookmark part of the show, that people really have this myopic view, this narrow view of the ancestors. It's one way or no way at all. And so because of that, they walk around here with these chips on their shoulders that their ancestors themselves didn't have. It was manufactured by people who weren't even your ancestors. They told you and interpreted how your ancestors felt, and they told you that your ancestors was scared and angry all of the time. They told you that your ancestors were confused and frustrated all of the time due to racism. And that is the reason why your blackness doesn't extend anything past trying to stop racism, because you think that you being a lazy bum is because of racism. You being an underachiever, you not wanting more for your life is solely rooted in the racism of other people. When you have all of the ability to do whatever you want, and even your ancestors, understanding that there were racist people out there, did everything in their power to defy that. So while you motherfuckers sit there and destroy your fucking city in the name of pro-blackness, while you will boast and brag about some of the most backward shit in the name of authentically black and authentic blackness, your ancestors did the complete fucking opposite in the name of pro-blackness. They want us to act like animals so they can justify killing us. So we're going to be the most dignified, noble people that we could be. Period. That's going to be the prescription. They want us to be uneducated. They made it illegal for us to read. So now we're going to not only defy that law, but once that law gets repealed, we're going to read and write the most. Period. We're going to document and emphasize education the most, because that's exactly what our enemy wants us not to do. So all I am doing is carrying the same ideologies, the same behaviors as all of the people that came before us. And that is the reason why you need to search deeper than 1960s when it comes to our history. Our history is not the civil rights era. It's not the end all be all to our history. It's fucking ridiculous. And because now, when it comes to timelines, I remember I was having a debate with somebody on my spaces one day. And this nigga kept talking about, because we were talking about the Great Migration. And Son kept referring to the southern states during the early 20th century as Confederate states. Because in the conventional mainstream mind, as far as Black American history goes, all of that shit is bundled up together. None of that shit matters before 1960. I'm trying to tell y'all something. When it comes to mainstream Black America, nothing fucking matters before the 1960s and the Civil Rights era. As far as mainstream history is concerned, that shit, Black American history starts in the 1960s. 1950s, maybe. They may give the 50s, but they are going to talk about that March on Washington. They're going to talk about Martin Luther King. They're going to talk about SNCC. They're going to talk about the Urban League. They're going to talk about the NAACP. They're going to talk about all of these groups in this era to have it framed that this is what all of Black American history has always been about. They're not going to tell you about Black American employers who had white employees in the 18th and 19th centuries. Why would they? That's my job. I got to do that, which I'm happy to do. But it's like, yo, McGraw-Hill ran an impressive, just objectively speaking, an impressive psyop on millions upon millions of school children in America, white and black. Because even though that, I'm going to largely focus on the Black American response to this psyop, there are white kids reading this same shit, walking away with the same morals to the story. We went over in the last stream when these motherfuckers was sitting there bragging to Black people. Bragging, being like, yeah, our fight, all of this shit that we going through right now, that shit ends once we leave. But you're Black, so this is going to stay with you for life. This is how they talking. Because they pity Black Americans instead of respecting them for their perseverance, for their intelligence, for their ingenuity, for their capabilities, for all of the contributions that they have contributed over centuries in this country's history. It's so easy to just throw them away and just being like, oh yeah, these are just some backward, feeble-minded Negroes who need our help, who need our parental, supervision, so to speak, to keep them civilized. That's what the takeaway is. And everybody just agrees that that's what the fuck it is. And then you'll have Black people subscribe to the same bullshit in the name of trying to get something more for Black America. And all these motherfuckers is doing is for the more things that they give you that are going to ultimately harm you. Okay, let's not forget the psyop in that. They're looking at you like, yo, you need all of this. So not only are you not even really getting the help that you think you're getting, it's actually harming you. Like, it's doing the complete opposite. If it did nothing, I would be all right. But it actually does the opposite and harms you. You still got people, all right, looking at you like a plumb fool, taking pity on you because you agree with them. You agree that you are a second-class citizen. You agree that you are inherently inferior. You agree to all of the tenets of white supremacy, if I'm being honest. And I don't even believe in white supremacy, but y'all believe in all of those tenets of white supremacy and act it out in your own way. Because y'all hate racism more than you love Black people, more than you love yourself. In no other realm of life should that ever occur. You feel me? Like that, no other point in your life should you hate the things that you don't like more than that you love the things that you do like. What type of existence is that? Because when you act these things out, when you execute them, you'll see how backward it is. Is your hate for pedophiles larger than the love of your own children? Would you sacrifice your child's well-being, the closeness, the intimacy, the raising, the support, and all that other shit? Will you sacrifice all of that shit to go against pedophiles? Because at that point, you're just doing the complete, like, you're not operating in pedophilia, but you are now actually placating to the harm of your own child in the name of trying to fight against something that's supposed to be against your child. It's oxymoronic. The things that you love should always supersede the things that you hate. Because at that point, you operating well. But if you are doing the opposite, that just lets me know that you don't love enough. You don't love yourself enough. And you're fueled by hate. And it's not even so much the hate that you have for this particular bad, behavior, but the hate that the bad behavior is. You more focused on that. And this is what happens when motherfuckers get around motherfuckers who complain more than they are grateful. For the people who don't put the work in, because it's real easy to complain when you're not working. It's easier to complain when you're doing less work than the next person. If you're ask any employer of a small business who has employees. The employer complains the least. It's the employees that complain the most. And employers, if you're a good one, you already know that the buck stops with you. This is your shit. So everything falls on your shoulders. You don't really even have time to complain. You got to troubleshoot shit. You got to solve problems. That's why you're the boss. Same thing when you're a parent. A parent should never be complaining more than their children. You got work to do. That's just what it is. So when you're in that position and you understand that, all you got to do is just frame that for Black American advancement. You have better shit to do. You have bigger fish to fry in the name of Black advancement than to be fucking anti-racist all day. You need to bolster your fucking community. Racism going away. Let's just say we actually did it, which will never happen. But let's just say racism literally magically overnight just went away. Nobody's racist anymore. Do you honestly think that you're still going to get picked because racism doesn't exist? What does them picking somebody else over you have to do with racism if you still are not qualified? Period. And of the people that are qualified, that's a smaller amount of people than the general population of Black people anyway. So it's still going to be a select few of Black people that get through, just like today. Just like right now. Racism going away does not get you that job, gang. No. No, what really gets you that job is a Black American business being supported by its customer base to the point that it can afford and needs your Black ass to work for them. And then based upon your performance and all of that other shit, you'll be able to get and keep and get promoted inside of that job. That's what you actually need. Not for white people, racist white people to not be racist in the morning. It's not going to do it, bro. It's not going to do it. You have to understand that prejudice, bigotry, and all of that other shit is going to always exist. I tell you that every episode. Straight up and down. Straight up and down. And so I know, and this may be a little bit of hot take, but I know that racism really is really not even the issue. It's really not. People don't even really, like, I'm talking about like as an actually authentically Black man who didn't find Blackness in college and those other, or the internet and shit, and I was really raised in a predominantly, if not all Black community my whole life. I know that racism is not the issue, gang. I'm telling you, because if you talk to enough elders, like enough old Black people, and the amount of times that they say cracker and they got these prejudiced views and bigoted views against white people and other non-Black American people, dog, you can tell off the dribble that it ain't about that. It's more about Black American economics. It's more about Black American infrastructure. It's more about Black American education, Black American families, Black American communities, Black American churches. That's what it's actually about. I promise you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know that for a fact. Because if it was really about ending racism, you wouldn't give racists the time of day. Think about any other evil, right? Think about any other, thing that would be, would be looked at as, a harm to general society. Y'all don't chase after those people to fuck with you. Y'all don't chase after murderers to stop, murdering and pleading to them and all that other shit. No, you lock them up. You ignore them. You throw them away. You get them out of society. Now, racism is not a crime, so you can't do that. But yeah, that's what it is. You don't go and beg and plead, people who do harm to other people to stop doing it. No. You respond to it. You defend yourself against it. That's it. That's the only thing that you can do. So you sitting there trying to browbeat white people into accepting you, into hiring you, into favoring you, and all of the other stuff, that's a fool's errand. Why would you want to be in the company of somebody that doesn't respect you or your humanity? That doesn't make any sense. You forcing yourself into a space where it's inherently hostile towards you. That's a losing, that's a losing strategy. That doesn't make any sense. Y'all will walk past, you will go out of your way, you will walk past several establishments that provide the same service and or goods just to bother the person that is going out of their way to not serve you. And those three businesses suffer because of it. But you supposedly so pro-black. Look at all of the different moments in Black American history where we were spoken for by people, and the message that came across was that we are itching for integration, and every single interval of that happened in the black version of the things that we integrated into, the black versions of the white, establishments or institutions that we integrated into were destroyed. They were neglected. They were abandoned for that inclusion, for that acceptance. For what? You know how many times I'm reading a story about some dope ass Black American institution, establishment, community, whatever it is, that was 100% Black owned, Black, founded, and maintained and sustained by Black people. And then I hear that it closed in 1963, 1964. As segregation and all this other stuff went to the wayside. That's bonkers to me. That's bonkers to me. So on one hand, y'all don't think these white people are racist at all. They just ain't give you a shot. And then on the other hand, you cry white supremacy. So on the first hand, that's where the integration comes in. And then you get in, you know what I'm saying? You get in, and now you in there and they treating you like shit. And now we gotta, in the name of, again, pro-blackness, right? Supposed to be fighting these people inside of their own shit to tell them how they treat you, how they should treat you in their own shit. And you done forced the only reason why you in here is because you browbeat them into hiring you. And y'all call that progress. And you walk past, you passed up all of this other Black American advancement, Black American institutions, establishments, and shit like that to fucking shoehorn yourself into some white shit. You goofball. You idiot. And that's just common sense. This is why I will never be mad at the pragmatists. I will never be mad at the gradualists. I'll never be mad at the people who are just operating on common sense. It doesn't make any sense. So I don't believe y'all. I don't believe y'all. I think y'all are lying. I think y'all are being disingenuous. I think that y'all have been sold a bill of goods for the past 70 years and won't let it go. It's the sunken cost fallacy. You done put so much time and money, effort into this shit that you not willing to let it go. And real niggas like me who never was on the train at 30, now in our, 35-year-old age, it was like, well, y'all just look even more crazy to us now. You just look that much more crazy. And so we can never really vibe on that type of time. But for me, I would say to all of you people who understand that this is a losing doctrine, but you still want Black American advancement, and you may not know what those solutions are because for your whole life they told you that the solution was integrating into white spaces. I'm here to tell you, this is what the ancestors did. The ancestors built their own shit. They fortified it, they defended it, and if it were attacked, if it was burned down, they rebuilt it. They kept it fucking moving. They kept building, they kept advancing, they kept progressing. That's what it's all about. And that's the reason why it was a lot easier for Black Americans to advance in the late 19th century as a collective, as a whole, right? Than it is now. Because they understood the mission. Yeah, you had some people that were on the fringes, or, you know, a subset of Black Americans, a minority of Black Americans who was pushing that, you know, socialism, communism shit, or whatever it is in the in the early 20th century. But by and large, yo, Black people wasn't on that shit. Black Americans was like, yo, son, we got all of this shit, different shit popping in our own neighborhoods, in our own towns, in our own communities. The fuck are we about to go out of our way to go to the other side of town that don't want us over there? You feel me? To give them our fucking money. For what? Doesn't make any sense. So I just don't think you niggas is actually pro-Black. I think y'all niggas is pro-white. And y'all have yet to prove me wrong. I think all you fake-ass pro-Black people are actually pro-white, because you emphasize white racism over Black American advancement. Y'all will spend more time trying to fight a white man to stop being racist than to actually uplift and help another Black man to make sure that our community is in a better spot. Yeah, I've made that very clear, because it's been prescribed to you niggas for the past 70 years that that's what it means to be pro-Black. Everything is activism now. Everything is fucking protesting in the streets. Everything is petitioning the very source of our issues to give us solutions, not knowing that the solution is legitimately inside all of us, inside of all of our communities. But you don't want to actually do the work and actually having to build that trust up with your community. That's why I don't trip when it comes down to the low views and shit that I be having now. Motherfuckers don't know me like that. And I don't have a problem doing the work. I know that it's going to be a journey to get Hotep history to where I want it. So we got hundreds of people in the chat and thousands of people watching and, you know, all of that shit. Like, I already know I got work to do, but I'm just not going to stop. Could you imagine if I focused more on the things that I didn't like than actually talking about all of this dope ass historical shit that I do? Shit, the only reason I even talk about the things that I don't like is so I can talk about how the ancestors did the complete fucking opposite, and that's exactly why I don't like it. That's it. Straight up and down, son. Like, there's too much history. It's too much history to fucking be insecure about who I am as a Black man. You out of your fucking mind. A Black woman ended slavery in Massachusetts. A Black man saved the entire population of Boston in the 18th century. That's real life. That actually happened. I don't have to make up a bunch of bullshit. Like old boy in his book, making up all of these historical narratives. And Crystal fucking sent me another example of his lies. I am not gonna hold y'all, gang. This nigga's book is full of lies. I like, it shit is just page after page of fucking lies. I'm almost inclined to buy the shit just to read that shit myself and just see how fucking idiotic it is. Cause like, we on our fourth story from this book that we gonna talk about tonight. That is pure lies. 4 for 4. He's 4 for 4 with just historical lies. But let's check the chat. What's going on, chat? How y'all doing, man? Let's see. Sammy, as always. Crystal, as always. What's going on, Crystal? What's going on, Sammy? Project Rook is in the building. What's going on, Rook? How you doing, beloved? I hope you're doing well. I know you going to be wagging your finger at me about yesterday, but I had to have some of that turkey, Rook. I ain't going to lie. I had to have some of that turkey. That shit was good, Rook. I ain't going to hold you. Gang. But I'm still doing my workouts, though. I'm still doing my daily workouts. I promise. You know what I'm saying? I'm still keeping it as relatively healthy as I can, you know. Shout out to Rook. Let's see. Crystal says, it's crazy because I can never remember a time where I heard my grandparent and older family members talk about racism or complain about racism as much as I hear it in modern times. And that is the fucking psyop. That is the psyop. I'm trying to tell you. We're going to get back to that in just a second. Cliff is in the building. What's going on, Cliff? You feel me? What's going on, Cliff? Happy holidays, gang. Sammy says, in other words, we had pride too, and we wasn't about to pass down a defeatist mentality of griping about setbacks. Love it. Hashtag Hotep history. You see what we talk like in our chat? You see how we talk in our chat? We don't get into that bullshit. We don't get into that spineless, lily-livered, yellow belly, cowardice bullshit. Y'all take that courage the cowardly dog bullshit over to the other platforms. We don't talk like that over here about ourselves or the ancestors. Okay, Rook says we'll let the turkey slide, but not the swine. You already know, ain't no swine touching these lips, Rook, now. I ain't that crazy. You know, motherfuckers was sitting there trying to brag about the ham to me yesterday. I ain't trying to hear about no ham. I ain't touched no swine since what? 2020, no, excuse me, 2020, 2011, 2012, you feel me? That's it. So no, I ain't fuck with swine in a long time. Ain't never going back. Ain't ever going back. So yeah, we gonna let the turkey slide. I ain't gonna lie, cause we got leftovers. Okay, Rook? Them wings was winging. You hear me? Sammy says I'm in between leftover plates now. Talk about it, Sammy. Talk about it. We ate good. But to Crystal and Sammy's point, that's exactly why I exist. And you know what? I hate to say it because I don't want to sound like Joel Santana, and I don't think I will. But I really do think I was able to slip the jab because I did not go to school like that. In the years in school in which would really shape who I would be as a young man would be high school, middle school, and high school. I went to school in elementary school because I was a goddamn small child. But when it comes down to the middle of middle school, right, 7th grade and shit like that, I was getting expelled all of the time. I was getting suspended all of the time. There was this 1 month where I got arrested every day for a month. I got banned from the bus depot, right? And the bus depot is where, like, I got to connect buses. So I take the bus from the crib to the bus depot, and then from the bus depot, take the bus to the school, right? Regular degular. I got into a fight at the bus depot, got arrested. And let me not even say I got into a fight. Me and my homies were slap boxing and shit like that and doing like sneak attacks. So a cop walks up behind me and I think it's the homie. So I elbow son, turn around and about to start the boo bopping, or slap boxing and shit like that. And it's a fucking police officer. So of course, assaulting a police officer, I get arrested and shit. They's like, yo, you banned, don't ever come back. Now, I'm a defiant ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? So now the game is to go to the depot every day and not get caught. And now for the first month and a half, I'm getting it off. You feel me? I'm getting it off. But there was this 1 month, son, where they was arresting me every day. My mom's had the dads come get me from the precinct every day, son. So I say all of that to say that I wasn't in school like that. So I didn't get indoctrinated at the same degree as my peers. Because now my peers are in their 30s and 40s and shit, right? And it's like, these are the same niggas crying on the timeline about racism and shit all day. Because they sat in them history classes. I was not there. I was on the corner, gang. I was outside. I was working for Hev. I was really, doing shit. So because I was outside living this, Black American life, my boss is Black American, in his own business. I'm doing business with other Black American businesses and shit like that, Hispanic too, but mainly Black American businesses. I'm making all of this money for myself. I'm moving and shaking. I got a car at 14. I ain't even buy it. It's just a rental. And if you know what a rental is, you know what I'm saying? You know what it is. I ain't got to talk about it. But I got a rental. Shout out to Johnny. I'm driving around. I'm doing the things that I want to do. I'm, in most cases, making more money than my teachers. So while I was able to do all of those things, another byproduct of that was me not getting that psyop. I didn't get psyoped into believing that I was inherently inferior. And I ain't gonna lie, even if I would have went to school, I don't think it would have stuck because of how I'm moving and shaking when I'm out of this motherfucker. When I'm outside this building, it's different for me. I got responsibilities and shit. So I truly believe, like, not going to school and actually doing something productive, not just sitting at home and watching fucking Maury or some shit, but actually being fucking productive allowed me to be more susceptible to the ideologies that I hold now. than the other side. But if you going to school every day, you broke, your peoples is broke, your parents is broke, you living in the ghetto, fucked up things are happening, and then you got your white teacher telling you that the reason why your life is the way it is because of racism, all of that shit is gonna click. You frustrated. I wasn't frustrated at 13, 14, and 15. I was making money. Good money. Like, even for today's standards, it was good money. So it's like, I don't have that chip on my shoulder. The chips on my shoulder came from, like, outside shit. It didn't come from, white people and racism and shit like that. I didn't fuck with police, but it wasn't because they were white. It was because they was police. Nigga, like, what? They're the police. I seen black cops my whole life. I didn't fuck with them neither. You feel me? So it wasn't a race thing for me. But, let's go back to the chat. Let's see. Cliff says broccoli, rice casserole, and turkey was slapping. Broccoli, rice casserole? Clifton. What the hell are you talking about? Broccoli, rice casserole? Nah, gang. I ain't never heard of nothing like that. And what you doing eating a casserole anyway, nigga? What's up with that? Definitely need to do a deep dive on sweet potato pie. Now, shout out to sweet potato pie. I'm with you there. But broccoli, rice casserole? I don't know about that, gang. Now, I've had broccoli and rice together my whole life. So the combination ain't what I'm objecting to, but a casserole? You black as hell, Cliff. You know what I'm saying? What's going on here, casserole? Sammy says, we don't even do turkey on Thanksgiving. My in-laws Jamaican, so we had oxtail and goat meat. Okay. But we had collard greens, mac and cheese, cornbread, and candy yams. I'm not going to lie to you, Samuel. You know Jamaicans cannot make a good mac and cheese. Let's wake that up. Like, come on now. Shout out to my Jamaicans, okay? Shout out to the Jamaicans. Shout out to my nigga Steph. Shout out to my homie Mike. Rest in peace, Ryan Raw. Shout out to all my Jamaican people. But you know that y'all cannot make a good mac and cheese. Y'all just can't. It's just not in you. Y'all make what's that shit called, Sam? Macaroni pie. No. We're not gonna have the Jamaicans on mac and cheese. Shout out to my Jamaicans. Y'all invited and all of that shit. Y'all welcome. If you fuck with me and I fuck with you, you welcome to the Thanksgiving. But don't bring no mac and cheese with you. You know what I'm saying? Jamaican macaroni and cheese need not apply in this house. Like, no, sir. You can bring your oxtail. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to eat it, but, that's a welcome dish. You feel me? Aki and saltfish and all of that. Like, yeah, I respect it. Like, I respect, Caribbean cuisine for sure. Jamaican cuisine. But you niggas and macaroni, absolutely not. No. Absolutely. I'm not going to, darken the doorstep of my taste buds with your macaroni. Shout out. But nah, man, keep that shit. Anytime I ever went to the Jamaican spot, I am not ordering the macaroni. Sorry. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? Like, y'all my people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Y'all my guys. But, like, leave the macaroni to the black Americans. We got you. We got it. My aunt, she been making it. My mom's been making it since I was a baby. I'm 35, okay? My mom's mac and cheese is amazing. You feel me? Please, let us do it. We got it. You feel me? So, what was on my menu yesterday? Because I would just be eating. I had yams. I had stuffing. I had turkey. We had to get the King Hawaiians. See, that's the sleeper. See, the King Hawaiian, that's the sleeper. Nobody talks about the King Hawaiian potato rolls. You know what I'm saying? You get the honey butter. So you guys, y'all don't even know about the honey butter. See, y'all only know about the cinnamon butter. But y'all don't know about the honey cinnamon brown sugar butter that you... Come on now. Don't get me to talking in here. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, so turkey stuffing. I had some what was that? We had what was that? It's like a shrimp salad type situation. It was good. It was good. And then my daughter, she had made some like something with corn. She had corn on the cob, but she had made this sauce to go with it. It was fire. You feel me? Let's see. Cliff says you missing your blessing, Dubes. Listen, I'm gonna have to miss that one. I ain't gonna lie. So I tell y'all all of the time I used to go door to door, right? And I did it for almost 10 years. So we're talking, I did the math, and I know it's gonna sound fucking crazy, but I think like I knocked at least about 1 million doors in the years that I did it. Cause in a single day we would knock anywhere between 300 to 500 doors. And that's average. Like we was like killing it. And I worked 6 days, sometimes 7 days a week. You feel me? And so we've been in every demographic neighborhood. That's another reason why I approach being Black American in the way that I do with all of this nuance and shit. Cause I've been in places that people in my community have never been. Like I've been in 99% white, 99% poor demographics in this country and like worked among them for months and months and months and months on end. Same thing with Asian, same thing with Hispanic, same thing with Black, obviously. And I got to see how people live. So when you in the mountains of Pennsylvania, small town of 500, 1,000, 2,000 people, you are legitimately going to talk to the entire town. Like I'm knocking on the mayor's door and shit like that. Like for real, for real. And so I get invited inside. I'm outside talking to this white couple. They super cool. And she was like, "Oh, come on in because we're about to start dinner." And I'm like, "All right, cool." You know what I mean? Anything to get the sale, right? Not anything, but most things to get the sale. So I go in, nice house, all this other stuff. And she's supposedly, this is purported to me because what happened to be on my plate was not that. She told me that she was making tacos. Now, I'm not even a taco nigga. I've never been a taco man. I don't like, for the same reason I don't fuck with Burger King. I remember I was like maybe 13 years old. I bit into a Burger King burger and the entire contents of my fucking burger fell out the back. It went out the back door of the burger. Just left the backyard of the burger. And I was so pissed. And likewise, hard shell tacos, I bit into one time, y'all. And everything that was inside of this motherfucking taco fell into my lap. Fell. All of it. The entire contents of that taco fell at the one bite. So I swore off the tacos and Burger King burgers from that day on. Fuck them. So off the dribble, I'm like, oh no, I'm fine or whatever. But fuck it. Being hospitable, I know people go, yo, they could have poisoned you and all of that. Listen, son. One thing that you can't do is poison Dubes. This gut right here, pause, has, trust me, son, the microbiome in my motherfucking belly could like literally like create a nuclear weapon, gang. Like there's really nothing. I don't get stomach aches, gang. What you talking about? If I eat something bad, right, my body is going to attack it with vigor and prejudice. My immune system, I don't even get sick. My body is good, son. Imagine me eating something and I'm throwing up profusely and I'm in the hospital with food poisoning and all that other shit. What the fuck I look like getting food poisoning? What? This is dough you talking about. We're going to shit that out and we're going to fucking move on with our lives. Trust and believe, right? So don't worry about nobody poisoning me, right? So she brings these so-called tacos out of the kitchen. Chat, when I tell you, these were some of the most anorexic, okay, pale. Imagine somebody describing tacos as pale. These tortilla things, I don't think she put in the oven whatsoever. Like pale, anorexic, okay, impoverished as white American tacos. Off the dribble, off the eye test, I was like, oh, this is going to be nasty. But I'm in there like, yeah, so with this, you'll be able to get these benefits. These are the features of this, da-da-da-da-da. And they fucking with it. So I'm like, okay, I'm getting closer and closer to closing this fucking sale. Okay? Chat. While they're, mulling it over and they got the pen in their hand, so they're about to sign, I take a bite of this motherfucking taco, already knowing that my expectations were like in the basement. They were at the floor. It's the only way but up here, okay? I take a bite into this fucking taco, son. And when I tell you, off the first 3 chews, I wanted to spit it across the room. I wanted to spit it in the face of this white woman who made it, but I knew that was on some uncivilized shit. Now, I think that the tacos were very uncivilized. These were radical tacos. These were, misfit tacos, okay? These tacos were pretentious. They were obnoxious. Okay, they were rude. These were terribly behaved tacos. However, I chewed it. I swallowed that morsel. I put the rest of that motherfucking taco down onto the plate. And for the next 10, 15 minutes, I'm just picking that same bitten taco up, putting it down and talking. So they'd be like, yeah, so what about the the kilowattage and all this other shit? I'm like, so yeah, when it comes down to that, you need to produce at least 1,000 kilowatt, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm just pump faking this taco the entire time, right? I get the sale. Thank God. I get the sale. But like, I had to call my man. So he had to see this shit. So I call him in the middle of the transaction and shit. And he comes towards the end and I'm just like, yo, fam, son, this is Bob and Jessica or whatever the fuck. They're great people. Cool, still, being nice. They're not bad people. They weren't rude or anything like that. Them tacos was rude as hell. Those tacos were disrespectful as hell. But they weren't, right? So he's chopping it up with them and all of this other shit, having a good time. And so, of course, Jessica, she offers my man some tacos. and I'm over there trolling. I'm like, yeah, son, you should fuck with the tacos. Yo, this white lady bring my man them tacos and the face that he made, son. Oh my God. So, oh shit. So he takes a bite. He fakes like he likes it because he don't want my sale to be ruined. Man, we walk away with these fucking half-bitten tacos. Walked like to the next block or wherever it was and threw them shits in the nearest dumpster. You hear me? Terrible. So I say all of that to say, Cliff, I'm never eating no broccoli and rice casserole. Up a picture of it so I can judge it harshly with prejudice. What are you doing, casserole? Oh, man. So yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. The adventures that I had going door to door, man. One day I might dedicate a whole episode to just story time with Doe and the things that I've experienced in my life at that job, before that job, and all different types of shit, man. Like, I remember I was knocking on this door. This white dude came out, and as he was coming out, you ever seen like a video of rappers, and they come out of the tour bus and it's like this cloud of smoke behind them to, imply that they just finished smoking weed and shit. So I knock on this white dude's door, and I had like a sneaky suspicion because I know the smell very well, but I'm like, he could be, could not be. It's a poor white neighborhood, right? White dude opened the door, man, and a gust of crack smoke came out behind him. A gust of crack smoke, and I know the smell. I know it smells like burnt hair, burnt rubber, and all types of nasty chemicals all at once. And if you smoking that shit inside of a dirty house, which like 99% of the time it is, it's going to add to that. And so, man, imagine you just doing your regular job. You going door to door, knocking on doors, all of that shit. You feel me? And then motherfucker open the door and a fucking crack smoke bellows out of this goddamn house, son. It's like, oh my God, fam. What the hell? And I'm trying to tell y'all, man, like, that's just one door out of the hundreds of doors that I would have experienced on a day-to-day basis. Now, I will say this. when it comes to natural scenery, Pennsylvania is a sleeper. People sleep on the scenery of like Western Pennsylvania and like some of the deep cuts, like all of these different small towns, these mountainous towns and shit. The entire history of the town is like fucking 3 square miles and shit and 4 square miles. And the entire town worked at the local fucking coal yard and shit because coal ran the entire town. The shit is probably called something like Coal Town or some shit like that. Like the entire town worked at the motherfucking coal yard. And the scenery, the natural scenery is just so beautiful. No, especially around this time, like your September, October, November time, because the trees are changing, and you'll be on the highway and you'll fucking see just like these beautiful mountain ranges and shit like that. It's like absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. However, man, them small town poor white people, it's really 50-50 with them. Some of them are super fucking cool. Like super fucking cool. And you got other ones who are weird as hell, racist, some of them. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna lie, man. That's the reason why I have I think a more a fuller, I would call it like a fuller view of the American landscape. Because I've been in so many different pockets of American society. Like I've been in neighborhoods where there were like, 7-figure mansions, and then I've been in neighborhoods where it's like it's trailers here, gang. Like that's it. Trailers. Some of the most dilapidated shit you would ever see. Like I've been in white ghettos before. Like real deal white ghettos. You got the wiggers outside wearing FUBU and shit like that, selling weed. You know what I'm saying? You got all of the meth heads and all of that other shit. Like I've been in these places. Like, and it's not just like I visited once or twice. I've been in there hundreds of times. Hundreds throughout the years. So when motherfuckers be trying to kick to me this white supremacy shit, it's like, yo, son, you have never been to fucking Hazleton or some shit like that. Like some crazy, some small town in Pennsylvania, because I have, son, and they're not doing well. You need to tell them about white supremacy, because I'm telling you, they don't know nothing about it. Their oppressor is the same oppressor as far as the local government fucking them over, the local, the sheriffs and all this other shit. There was this one dude, that I was talking to, and he was like, yeah, yo, the cops fuck with me every day, yo. They all they do, they just harass me. I get arrested every month fucking with these people and shit like that. And like, yo, and he on some fuck the police shit. Just like my homies. I got a homie right now. You feel me? But since I had since a child, son, like where this motherfucker would like just get arrested. Like, I don't know what it was, but it's like, so it's like for me, son, the state don't give a fuck. They'll play like they do. They'll use whatever prejudice or bigotry that they have personally, but as far as the state, like as far as the police department itself, it doesn't care who they subjugate. They don't care, nigga. If they do care, it's along the lines of money. It's along the lines of money. It's like, shit, we done fucking arrested the governor's son, and now we got to deal with the bureau. You know what I'm saying? All of that shit. But it's like some random white dude in the ghetto, of a white ghetto, arresting the fuck out of him. What? Oh, man. Sebi says, took the tacos and went to the bathroom. Doing the steaky leg. Cliff says, oh, man, you let your man eat the tacos, too. I ain't gonna lie. Yo, son. He had to take a bite of that shit, so I wasn't alone in the testimony. Yeah, man. Live a little, man. You got to live more. You got to, be in places that you haven't been before, man. And it's not just fucking Bali and shit, you know what I mean, in Miami. Like, go, I'm not saying that you got to fucking, like, get in a hotel and go to these different places, but it'd be nice if you knew what your state looked like. You know what I'm saying? There's not too many parts of Pennsylvania that I don't know. Like, I lived in Philly for 10 years. And because of my job, I traveled all through Pennsylvania, all through Maryland, all through New Jersey. I saw mad different parts of New Jersey. That's when I found out about fucking Lakewood, New Jersey, where that shit is a Jewish city. Like, it's just a bunch of Jewish people. Synagogues on every block, you know what I'm saying? So, Yeah, man. I've been around. I've met people. I've been able to see how Americans live. You know, so I just have I think a more pragmatic view of things just because I see how it really is and how people live. I don't really fall for the pimping of white supremacy and shit like that because white supremacy got a bunch of poor white people in it. So it can't be that supreme. You feel me? So that's just where I'm at with it. Um, what else? What else was on my mind? Mm. But let's see. Let's go to the bookmarks, man. Let's go to the motherfucking bookmarks. Shout out to everybody watching. On Twitter, on YouTube, on Kick. Shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all always. Make sure you're liking and subscribing. Make sure that you go to the Patreon, patreon.com/Hotep History. I didn't promote at the top of the show because I was just so eager to talk to y'all. But yeah, patreon.com/Hotep History. Okay. Make sure you're subscribing. Exclusive content over there. I'm not going to hold y'all. I'm really thinking about putting this show on Patreon. Like, I'll still go live on YouTube and on Kick and all that other stuff, but if you want the show on playback, you might have to subscribe to the Patreon. I'm not sure. Like I said, I've been mulling it over. I'm talking with my people. I'm getting counsel from people who I respect and stuff like that. But I'm really thinking about it. And as far as YouTube goes, I'll just post like segments and clips and stuff like that of the whole show. But as far as like being able to watch the whole show again, you might have to subscribe to the Patreon. So I'm just letting y'all know that is a large possibility that I'll keep the old episodes up because I'm like that. But moving forward, there really may be the only way for you to watch an entire episode of Hotep History Live is on Patreon. And it's because it's like when I go live, right, and I start with the spitter music and then I get into some other music or I'll play a clip with some music in it. Here come YouTube talking about, oh, copyright. It's like, yo, dog, give me a break. And now I got to erase the song to be able to actually make money off of the video. Whereas if I would have just told y'all to watch this shit on Patreon, we wouldn't even have that issue. Now, would we? So something to think about. Definitely want to get behind Hotep History on Patreon. I'm telling you that right now. Okay? You got scripted videos on there. You got live content on there. You got polls. I'm going to be creating a lot more community posts and all of that. So especially you guys like the Memphises, Cliff, Crystal. I think Crystal's already, Crystal's already on Patreon. Sammy, we're going to get you a free month just because you just a solid dude. You feel me? So I want you guys on the Patreon. That's why I want you guys. I never hid that fact. I want you guys to be able to tap into the, Hotep History Patreon because I'm building a community of people who really care about the ancestors, who really care about, learning about our history and then using that history for our good as opposed to it being weaponized against us like it always has. Okay? And of course, like there's just certain words, like I don't like saying PDF file. You know what I'm saying? I don't like saying grape. I don't like doing that stuff like that. I just think about people 100 years from now reading that shit. It's going to be like, yo, what the fuck did he mean that, this person was graped? Like, what the hell is that? You feel me? Like, so it's like, for me, son, like, it is like, it just doesn't, no, I don't want to talk like that. So that's another thing when I got to think about these other platforms. I could say whatever the fuck I want on Patreon. So, yeah, man. So enjoy the show while it's on and shit like that. But if you want to watch a whole show just like how I do the podcast, like I record the podcast on Spaces. So if you're there for 1,000 people, come listen to it. 1,000 people was able to hear it for free. But if you want to hear that shit the next day or 20 minutes after it was recorded, you're going to have to go to the Patreon. It is what it is. It is what it is. So, yeah. So now that's something that I would, tell you to consider doing. Consider subscribing to the Patreon. Patreon.com/Hotep History. For sure. And then, that was another thing. My Maj Toure, shout out to Black Guns Matter. Shout out to the Solutionary Center. Shout out to the Solutionary Nine. Okay. I was talking to Maj today. I had hit him up. I had sent a voice note to him because I was just like, yo, what for me, as somebody who operates the way I operate, you know what I'm saying? I was like, why don't more people fuck with libertarianism? Because we know Maj is a libertarian, right? So I was just like, yo, more like for me, this shit is common sense. We talking about liberty. We talking about independence. We talking about freedom. We talking about our individual rights. We talking about private property. We talking about defending ourselves against tyranny. We talking about all of the flyest shit of American culture as far as politics and economy goes. And people are not fucking with it. Now, he was like, yo, listen, while that's true, you also got to remember that libertarians are the third largest political group in the country. So they've made headway, and it was created, I want to say he said 62, something like that, in the 60s, 70s, or something like that. So it's, you know, as a historian, you know, 62, 72, that shit is yesterday. You know what I'm saying? As far as history is concerned. And so becoming the third largest political party and stuff like that, like he talks about the headway, and then he just starts getting into, you know, all of the ups and downs of libertarianism, you know, certain talking heads of libertarianism, maybe bigots, and that, like, just a bunch of great, you know, great conversation. Maj is always a good convo, always, you know. And he was, you know, we rounded off the conversation with him, and this is just a little sneak preview. We're not going to, you know, talk too crazy because, you know, I don't like talking about shit that's not, when the ink is not dry. But what I will say while the ink is still wet is that you're going to see a collaborative effort between Hotep History and Solutionary Center. That's what I'll say for right now. Okay? For the Solutionary Nine and Hotep, they linking up. That's what I'll say. How that manifests itself in the coming episodes, more and more will be revealed. But shout out to my brother Maj Toure. Thank you for that, bro. So yeah, we working over here. I told you, major developments is happening over here at Hotep History. Okay? Major developments are happening over here. People who are, you know, who rock with my program, who rock with my platform and shit like that, they watching me. That's why I don't trip. Because I do that. I'm very bougie with the likes. Not gonna lie. I'm very bougie with the likes and the follow backs. I'm not following you back because you fuck with me super heavy. It's not what constitutes a follow back. Okay? You gotta fucking be saying some shit on this platform for me to follow you. If Maj wasn't saying some shit that, or pushing some shit or doing some shit on the timeline that I wasn't fucking with, I wouldn't follow him. So it's nothing against anybody that I don't follow back. I appreciate the follow. I would think that I got the follow based upon my merit and not just because of your affinity for me. And even the affinity would be based upon my merit as well. You feel me? Now, if you just follow me because I'm good looking or some shit like that, hey, whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's still some type of merit. But, you know what I'm saying? That's the reason why. Like, even when I had my old page, I stopped my following list at 420. Well, obviously for 420 reasons, right? Shout out to my guys, Zip Squad. But yeah, I'm very bougie when it comes to my likes and my follow backs and shit like that. So I know how it is where people are just watching. There are people right now with huge platforms who are watching me right now speak. 100,000 followers, 200,000 followers, and they tap into those shit. They may not be in the chat. They may not be in the replies, but they'll be in my DMs being like, yo, great show tonight. I mean, like, yo, no problem, bro. So people are seeing what I'm doing, and I appreciate that. Shout out to everybody who's supported me thus far. You feel me? Shout out to all of you guys in the chat, all of you guys who watch. Like, I'm appreciative of it. I really am. Genuinely, truly, sincerely, I am appreciative of it. You guys are amazing. Okay? I'm glad that you guys fuck with what I do. I'm glad that you guys, you know, this stuff resonates with you. More than anything, that's the reason why. Like, I'm going to believe this shit. I'm going to study this shit. I'm going to research this shit just because of me, because of who I am. I'm writing these books and, you know, all of the stuff that I'm doing, and I have an affinity for history. But the fact that it resonates with y'all, that means the world to me. The fact that I'll put some shit, you know, on the timeline, or I'll put some shit on the show or whatever it is, and y'all be like, yo, son, I ain't know that. Like, when I hear I never knew that, that's like, oh, that's my shit right there. When I get to put somebody on to something, that's why I don't really fear ignorance. The only thing that I be against is people moving inside that ignorance and like trying to oppose me. Like, it's one thing to not know, which is ignorance, and then get put on, you feel me? And then be able to appreciate the put on, you know what I mean? Or even disagree with it. Like, you could disagree with whatever I put you on with, put you on to, but to make it seem like because you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, I'm wrong, like, and I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, then you lost me. Now it's fuck you for life. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm wishing you harm. You feel me? But yeah, son, like the fact that y'all fuck with this shit the way y'all do, y'all come through every episode, man. I couldn't ask for a better audience, man. You guys have been amazing. You know? I really do appreciate y'all. So with that being said, let's get to Yesterday Today. That's the segment, y'all. Well, no, the segment. Okay, so I got this whole segment thing that I'm working on. So it's 8 o'clock, right? And we're going to get to the bookmarks. Yesterday Today is the newspaper. I don't have any newspaper. I didn't go into the archives for the show today. But when it comes down to that segment, when we go over the newspapers and stuff, that segment is called Yesterday Today. And I am going to get all of the fly shit soon, where you'll know where the segment starts and all of that fly shit. Trust me, I've been paying attention. I've been watching HJ lives. I've been watching Cannon's lives. You know what I'm saying? I've been watching Maj's lives. Trust me, I'm getting my shit. I'm getting my shit together. You see, I got the fucking boom transition. Oh, boom transition. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing my thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? My camera. We got to figure out this autofocus shit. We'll get to the bottom of that. You know? But yeah, man, like it's dope shit happening. And so, you know, for me, I just appreciate all of the people that really rock with, you know, the things that I've been, you know, pushing thus far. So let's get to the bookmarks, man. Let's get to the bookmarks. Hold on. Before we check, let's check the chat. So Memphis was good. 100 emojis. Hotep to my man, Memphis Hotep. Sammy says that makes sense. I'm literally hopping to Patreon right now. Oh shit. Shout out to Sammy tapping into the Patreon. Let's go. So yeah. Crystal says, you know, HJ Ben told you. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, he did. You know, I was feeling a little bad, like, damn, the people got go ahead of videos and shit, but y'all got 65 free ones. 65 free episodes on me. Courtesy of Hotep Dubes. You can go back and watch them. I told y'all, none of these things are dated. None of them. Because it's already, like, it's never stale. It's already dated. We going over history. So you can go back to episode 1 tonight, tomorrow, and tap in. You feel me? If you're new here, it's your first time watching, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. That's it. Hotep History. This is going to be the last episode that you're going to be able to get for free after this stream. That's what it is. Shout out to Crystal and Sammy. Y'all pushed me over the edge. Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. Let's go, Sammy. That's what I'm talking about. Let me see. I know I got the notification. There we go, Sammy. Shout out. That's how we doing it. Y'all gonna get clips. Y'all gonna get maybe 15, 20-minute segments from the show. But if you want the full 4, 5 hour show, you gotta go to the Patreon, man. Wake it up. Sick of it. But let's get to the bookmarks, y'all. We 3 minutes behind schedule. So, Crystal sent me this fucking bullshit. She sent me some bullshit, chat. And I could not wait to talk about it. That's another thing that I've been noticing. I'll be tweeting less and just streaming more. I don't even be tweeting. I'll be waiting, like, I don't want to say shit. I just want to save it for the show. But Crystal sends me this shit. And I usually fuck with this page. This page usually be having some fire shit in it, some good positive shit. It be showing some dope shit. But, you know, falling for the pimping is universal. Ain't it? You know. So this is, you know, she fell for the pimping as a platforming this. As you can see, it got 65,000 views, 1,500 likes, 319 retweets, and 15 replies. And let's fucking watch it, y'all.
Obese plantation owner.
Off the rip. The first two words. Nonsense. But let's get into it. This is full screen. So y'all can watch this nonsense that fucking Crystal sent me.
Obese plantation owner who forced slaves to carry her. The day they let her fall.
First of all,
1857.
Hold on. Red flag number one is what? Come on, chat. We've been debunking this stupid shit, for a while now. What is the first red flag? Tell me. I'll tell y'all anyway, but let me know. Cliff says, is there a chat in the Patreon live as well? Yeah, hell yeah it is. And yeah. You know what? I would see Cliff. You got me thinking double exclusive because I was going to still do the live for everybody, but I might just keep everything behind the Patreon, man. I ain't going to lie. This is premium work here. Premium work. You're absolutely correct, Crystal. Absolutely correct. The first red flag is that this picture is quite literally AI. Quite literally AI. So you already know. Red flag number one. But let's get into it.
My name is Big Moses.
Big Moses is supposed to be the one telling the story. See, this is what happens when it comes to liars. People, period, but liars in this context. Michael Harriot, right? The author of this story. He keeps putting big in front of these niggas' names for some reason. When it came down to the 8-foot slave who crushed 9 skulls, that nigga name was Big Jacob the Silent. Now we dealing with Big Moses. Yeah, what's going on for show? Yes, Big Moses. This nigga Michael is diabolical, son. Now we gonna wheel this back from the top. We gonna wheel this back from the motherfucking top. Cause this shit is egregious. This is egregious.
Obese plantation owner who forced slaves to carry her. The day they let her fall. 1857. My name is Big Moses, and I am the man who carried 400 pounds of pure evil on my back until the day I decided to let the earth carry her instead. This is Lady.
You already know we're going to see this shit. We're going to see this shit right here. This book is quite literally the Antichrist of Hotep history. This is the sworn enemy of Hotep historians. When anybody refers to this book, okay, I want you guys to attack it with vitriol and prejudice of the deepest kind. Because this book is 4 for 4 for ridiculous ass stories. We got Big Jacob the Silent, who supposedly crushed skulls. We got a random nigga turning his slave owner into a scarecrow. We got, what was the other story? There was another one. You feel me? There was a third one, and then we got this fourth story. Jeez Louise, Michael. Did you put any truth into this book? Anything true at all in this book? Is there anything true? Come on, son. Jeez.
Gertrude Beaumont. Black AF history. This is the unwhitewashed story, the true stories in history that they do not tell us and teach children. I will link it.
The fuck, son? What? Like, what the hell, son? This is ridiculous. Why? Yeah, I'm glad. If white supremacy is not telling the babies about this bullshit, then fuck it. I'm with the white supremacists on this one. They got one right. If the white supremacists are keeping this story from black babies, then goddamn it, these niggas might be pro-black. Because goddamn, this story is fucking dumb. But let's get back into it.
Below. It's on sale. It was September 1857, and the plantation sprawled across 2,000 acres of Georgia soil like a festering wound that refused to heal. The cotton fields stretched to the horizon. Lady Gertrude Beaumont, a woman whose cruelty was matched only by her enormous appetite and the 400 pounds of flesh that she used as a weapon against those she considered less than human. Lady Gertrude hadn't always been a mountain of malice. The older house servants remembered her as a young bride of 22, slender and beautiful, who had come to the plantation with dreams of happiness and a house full of children. But 5 miscarriages and 23 years of marriage to a man who had despised her had transformed her into something monstrous. not just in body but in spirit. The weight had come gradually, pound by pound, as she sought comfort in food that her body couldn't process and her heart couldn't heal.
So I don't know if you are peeping this shit, but Michael's kind of caping for the white woman here. I don't know if y'all peeped that. And that's just what I'm saying when you can see the agenda. Now, I don't know or care about Michael Harriot's sexual orientation or whatnot, but if he does fancy the ladies, I wonder how he feels about the white ones. Okay? Because it seems like he's trying to shoot this fat lady bail. You feel me? I feel like he's trying to shoot her bail like, oh, she was slim and beautiful at 22, but because she had miscarriages and all of this shit, and she was just, she built her body brick by brick, pound by pound, and all this shit because she was so depressed and all this other shit. It's like, are we supposed to feel empathetic of this woman? And is Big Moses still the narrator of this? Is he like empathetic of this shit? Like, how old is Big Moses? How does he know that? Like, is he 60, 70 years old? Like, how the fuck old is Moses to talk about her from 22 to now and all of this other shit? How do we corroborate this story? Who the fuck is Big Moses? Who the fuck is that? Let's see. Let's check the chat, man. Ridiculous shit. Elijah the Scarecrow Maker. Yeah. It was 4 of them. It was Big Jacob, the Scarecrow nigga, this shit, and it's a 4th one. Fists in the air for my nigga Rashad. What's going on, Rashad? Damn, Crystal called you Coon Shad in the chat. She said, I know you know I love you, Rashad. What's going on? Look at Rashad getting all of this love. That's because of me. Wake it up. That's because of me. You get the red carpet treatment over here, Rashad. That's how it is over here at Hotep. You see? I live my bars. I want Rashad to be a card carrying Hotep, and look how the Hoteps is greeting them in the chat. Come on now. Getting red carpet treatment over here, brother. You don't get called a misogynist coon over here, brother. You welcome over here, nigga. Even with your ridiculous shit. We accept you over here. See how it is at Hotepistan? Think about becoming a dual citizen. Let's go.
Each failed pregnancy had added layers of fat and bitterness until she could no longer walk without assistance and could no longer find joy in anything except the suffering of others.
What? What? What the hell? Oh my God.
Master Charles made no secret of his disgust with his wife's transformation. He would disappear for weeks at a time, leaving her alone on the plantation with nothing but her rage and her appetite for company. It was during one of these absences that Gertrude developed this that would define the last years of her life and ultimately lead to her death. I was chosen as her primary carrier because of my size and strength. At 6'4" and 300
Of course the nigga was 6'4" and 300 pounds. Of course he was. Super niggas. I'm telling you, this nigga Michael turned every black man in his book into super niggas. Like, these niggas is always 6'5", 7 foot, 8 foot niggas. Like, yo, son. Yo, this nigga is going to tell me that Big Moses said that I was 6'4" and 350 pounds. I was her primary carrier. You want me to believe that a singular man, one man, was hauling this fat white woman of 400 pounds around like he's a goddamn elephant in India? Like, what are y'all talking about? Ridiculous. Man, this was some bullshit. Michael Harriot is 4 for 4 with the bullshit. Oh, for sure says, I ain't a Hotep, Rashad. What? The fuck that got to do with anything? The hell? It was mad random. Okay, you don't got to be Hotep. It's all good. Rashad says, me and O for sure holding out. Listen, man, y'all missing out is what y'all doing. But it's whatever. You know, we ain't going to never force the issue. We never go for, you don't want to be Hotep? Don't be. Definitely. I think that's one of the reasons why we haven't had to deal with all of that wacky shit that other motherfuckers be dealing with in they so-called organizations and factions. In 10 years, we ain't never had no public scandal and other shit like that. We had some people that we fell out with, but never on some other shit. I be watching these niggas, on the timeline and listen to these niggas on Spaces, man, listen, they be infighting like a motherfucker. Shit, I was on minding some white business over the weekend, and the white guys are infighting and having a bunch of issues and shit like that, man. I can proudly say that Hotep ain't never dealt with no shit like that publicly, ever. We ain't never had no stupid outs like prominent Hoteps going. Like, you will never see me and HJ like beefing on the timeline. I know where that nigga lives. Like, I got that nigga number, man. If I have a dispute with any of my Hoteps, man, I'm pulling up. I'm calling. Like, we've all earned that much respect for each other. You dig? To where I'm not about to air out no. First of all, I think that's gay. That's one. And then two, that's just not how I'm built, man. Like, these niggas, I love these niggas. So if something go wrong, if I feel like something's happening, I'm going to call them niggas first, man. I'm going to pull up to the crib first before I hop on the timeline and all of that other shit. I think that's goofy. You know? So, hey, man, I think that helps us. We don't be chasing motherfuckers down to be Hotep. I just be teasing Rashad because, you know what I'm saying? I think that Rashad really a cool nigga. He would be an ill Hotep. You feel me? Crystal says, oh, for sure, been out of pocket for 2 days straight. Man, listen. It is what it is. Look at the rant I triggered. Okay, I guess. What we got next? Let's see. We got my man King Randall. What we got next, man? It's the financial literacy classes. Yeah. I wanted to tap into this. This was super dope.
So one of the things that we started with the boys is they get a weekly allowance. We printed money. So they have $5 and $1 bills right now. I'll add some other denominations as they continue to increase in their funds. We want to make sure that we're just helping the students to realize a lot of times we tell the students fun isn't free. Now we kind of bring it home to them because now they have the finances. So on Friday when it's time to go outside and ready to play football or have a special activity, they have to have a certain amount of money to be able to participate. And if you've been misbehaving or talking or not doing what you're supposed to and you've lost money, then you don't have enough money to participate, because in life, if you don't do what you're supposed to when you go to work and you don't make all of your money, you can't afford to have fun when it's time because you've lost money.
You gotta pay for that. Because in lifetime, when we doing our real life stuff, you don't get a second chance. You understand?
Yes, sir.
You don't get a second chance. They'll give you second chances here, but in your lifestyle, if you make a mistake and somebody told you not to do something, that's it. It ain't no, you get another shot. You understand? So you gotta do right the first time, all right? Anybody say nothing?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir. Everybody starts the week off with $10. If you misbehave, talking when you shouldn't be, you usually get charged $1. If you hit someone while we're outside or in here, if you hit someone, you automatically lose all of your money that's in the box because there are consequences for our actions.
Oh my goodness, man. I love everything that King Randall be doing, son. Like, King Randall really got it down pat when it comes down to ancestrally raising the babies. I know he may not even look at it like that. I know he has an affinity for history and stuff like that. We had that conversation with him. It's on Patreon, by the way. You guys can check that out. But the way that he raises these kids, because that's what I really look at it as. I don't even look at him, when it comes down like to what he does as him being a teacher. I really do think that he's raising these boys. Like, he's a father figure for them. You dig? And so the way that he approaches his curriculum or the way he teaches the boys are all real life shit. It's based in real life. You know what I'm saying? And so I really do appreciate the way that he raises these boys and teaches them. So basically, he's creating a meritocracy inside of his own school. You feel me? And all of these things that you guys want to do, you can earn it. by your own actions, by the things that you're able to, contribute to your own education and the, betterment or benefit of others in the classroom. And if you violate, you will lose money. You will lose money. And I'm pretty sure if a child, loses all his money for fighting and those other stuff, there may be even some debt that he got to pay, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, this was how Randall was raised, right? So when it comes down to this shit, it's like you do good things will happen. You do bad things will happen. There's consequences for everything. Shit, my OG told me consequences have consequences. That's how deep she went with it, right? So being able to get the boy's mind in into the mind frame of earning your leisure or earning your benefits or earning the things that you want out of life. Like he said, fun is not free. The type of fun you want. You feel me? No, it's not free. So in this context, you're going to have to earn it. You're going to have to, fight for it. Or not even fight for it, work for it. And I appreciate that, man. King Rindle is really a gem. He's really a gem, and I really appreciate all of the work that he does. Make sure that you guys go on over to his platform, donate to him. Good brother. I'm going to make sure I donate again because the work that he does is just incredible. Sammy says, my man built the school. Hold on. Yeah. Let me read Sammy's comment because I've seen some other comments before that. But Sammy says, my man built the school in our faces in real time while we were being lied to by others. That's a fact. That's a fact. Only major endorsement he was given came from Killer Mike, I think. Yeah, I mean, I know he does great on his fundraising campaigns and stuff like that. Like just from how viral his videos go and stuff like that. Like he does amazing work. But yeah, as far as notable people, yeah, I would say Killer Mike would be top of the list. But I wouldn't be surprised if he had, local politicians or, powerful people in that sense who rock with his work. So shout out to him, man, for sure. What else the chat was talking about? Let's see. Rashad says, Hotep spin the block. That's my name. Rashad, you ain't about to come over to Hotep instead and start pump faking, nigga. You ain't never spun the block or nothing. You ain't spin no blocks. You barely shot dice. I don't want to hear it. You ain't spin no blocks. No, sir. No, sir. You not my... You need to be like Hotep 40. You need to be Hotep Cap. You know what I'm saying? Hotep Cage with white women. That's what you need to be, son. I ain't trying to hear that spin the block shit. What else we got? I didn't have that many bookmarks today. And I don't think the show gonna be that long either. You feel me? I think we might party tonight. I ain't gonna lie. I still got some liquor from yesterday. We might pour up a little bit something. Nigga said I'm the CB4 Hotep. Oh my God. You coming straight out of low cash? My nigga Rashad. Man, so next up we have the evolution of African American music. I thought this was pretty dope. This was made in 1992 by a Portia K. Maltzby, PhD, revised in 1995, and then again in 2005. Okay. Let's see. Let's start. So the timeline from up to down is 1600s all the way to the 1990s. Okay, so drill, trap, like that's not gonna make it here. This cuts off in the 1990s. So it starts off with African American sacred traditions, African American secular traditions, and African American secular traditions instrumental. Okay, so from the left side, we have folk spirituals, which deviates into arranged spirituals. But further down, you have folk gospel, gospel hymns, okay, traditional gospel, then gospel groups. Then in the 1950s, I'm not even doing the timeline. I'm not even saying the time. My fault, y'all, because I'm pretty sure y'all can't see this shit. But in the 1950s, you have gospel choirs. In the 1970s, you have what they considered in the 1990s, obviously, modern gospel. That's what I would think would be like your Hezekiah Walkers, your what's my man named Fred Hammond. Come on, Sammy, help me. This your bag. All of the modern gospel. What y'all doing in the chat? Hold on. O for show says I'm too problematic to be Hotep. Man, you don't want to hear that. Nothing problematic about you anyway. Crystal says, Rashad, call in and tell us how much colder the white man iced us for Thanksgiving. You know what? Yeah, we should open up the phone lines. Hold on, let me go ahead and open up the phone lines for the gang. Oh, for show, and everybody else, y'all can call in. Since y'all want to pop your shit. Y'all already know the number, 702-483-1566. It's right there. It's at the bottom. John P. Key, yeah. PJ Morton, you feel me? What's my son? Never would have made it. Who's never would have made it again? Who the hell is Frio? What, nigga? Oh, you talking about... Yo, call in. First gen of the Wyans. Yeah. Call in. Somebody call in. I don't care who. Call in. 702-483-1566. I ain't gonna lie. I probably start pouring up around 9 o'clock. Yeah, somebody call in, man. We gonna make it happen. But while y'all figure out who gonna call in first or whatever, we gonna get back to this chart. All of the mass choirs, right. 1990s gospel hip hop. That's that Kirk Franklin joint. Do you want a revolution? Whoop whoop. Yeah, that shit. That was my joint. Marvin Sapp. That's what son name is. Yeah. That's Marvin Sapp. So that's from the folk spirituals of the 1800s. The 1800s to gospel hip hop in the 1990s. Right? Now, this shit is a crazy web. So, at the folk spirituals, we deviate over to arranged spirituals. And then that goes down and that meets the folk Jubilee quartets. But if we go back up, right, to the top, in African-American secular traditions, we got work songs, field and street calls, and protest songs. You know what I'm saying? Game songs and social songs. Now, you good, O for show? You don't got to call. I would, you don't have to call. It's okay, girl. No, we good. If you don't want to call, you don't got to. We're going to close them phone lines right the fuck up as soon as we move forward. It's all good. Yolanda Adams is another one. Let's see. Revolution, Crystal says, Revolution was controversial in my church when that then song came. What? Goddamn, Crystal. Y'all niggas be drunk in the chat, man. Them typos be frying me. Let's see. Hold on. I think we got O for show calling. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let's answer it. I say, why won't let me answer? Yo.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Oh man, I don't be knowing what's going on. Why did it didn't go? I'm just calling back. Do you want a revolution? Whoop whoop. I ain't gonna front. That was like the whole thing about Kirk Franklin too. Like him and his new age of doing shit. Motherfuckers was like, oh, this is too radical. This is too radical. You can't do it. You feel me? Like I don't know. I was a kid when that shit was happening.
Hello?
Yo.
Hello?
Yeah, you know where you at? What's up?
Oh. Hey, what's up?
What's going on? You saying hello like you don't know what's going on.
Because I called and you didn't answer, so I'm like, okay, they probably moved on to something else. Let me just, you know what I'm saying?
No, I don't. What's going on?
Oh, nothing. I just wanted to call to say I hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving, everyone in the chat. I had fun with you guys on Spaces. And
yeah. You didn't up the the updated picture of the mac and cheese, fraudulent.
Oh no, I have a picture of it with the cheese on top in the oven. I got some videos, but you know I got sidetracked. I was moving and shaking, so I ain't really.
Oh yeah, that's right. You
I wasn't really
did
worried
say
about
that you was going to the club and shit, like a heathen. Did you go?
Hey man, come on now. Why are you trying to expose me on this live with all these people?
What are you talking about? You the one that was bragging about it.
Yeah, on Spaces, I'm incognito. I'm Hotep right now.
No, you not.
I'm Hotep, Big Mama.
Nah, you played. You flew way too close to the sun. I don't know what the fuck you thought this was. Niggas ain't never begged for membership ever. You said it in the chat. So now
no, I only said that because you said, see, he got me getting upset.
Nope.
I only said that.
I know exactly what I said. I said, look, Rashad.
Look at how the Hoteps greet you.
Yes.
And I said, oh, I'm not Hotep.
No, you did not say that. See how she get that line? Hold on.
I didn't want a false flag. You know what I'm saying? Like,
hold on. We're going to mute her. We're going to mute her for lying. She did not say, oh, I'm not a Hotep. That's not what she said. That's not what she said at all. She said, I ain't no Hotep, Rashad. So, yeah, now, you was put on hold. We didn't hear you. You didn't hear me. But I just had to correct the record. You hopped in the chat talking that shit, talking about, I ain't no Hotep. So, it's like, all right, cool. You ain't Hotep.
No, I only said that because you said, look how the Hoteps greet you. And like I said, I didn't want a false flag. Like, I ain't a Hotep. I haven't been invited. I haven't been formally. You know what I'm saying? I'm just here so I don't get fined.
Oh, my God. I wish I had the soundboard up. I really do, because I would have womp that whole shit you just said. That whole submission, trash.
Oh, please. Oh, please, man.
Please tell me about the Thanksgiving clubbing that you did.
It was cool. Yeah, it was cool. It was a little vibe. I don't know any of the new music. You know, I'm a little... So I was trying to... You know, I'm in the club.
Granny in the club.
Trying to Shazam.
Get your old ass out the club. That's what I'm talking about. Niggas is granny in the sticking up the joint with your old age, please.
Come on, man. Come on.
Nah, son, you don't know you don't know none of the jams. You don't know none of the slaps because you're supposed to be in the living room with Uncle and them. Unc and them. That's where you're supposed to be.
No. All right, so I can listen to them do what y'all did, talk about zombie apocalypse. I'm cool.
That shit way better than being the old nigga in the club.
Man, listen, I had a great time. I had a blast. The kids loved me. They thought I was one of them. They thought I was They thought I was a young tenderoni, a young 21. I'm like, yeah, it's giving.
It's giving delusion. Hold on, let me check the chat. We're gonna talk about gospel. How about that? Because I don't want somebody.
You know what's so funny, chat? I could talk about gospel extensively because I'm a preacher's kid.
All right. Hold your horses. Hold on. So I would much rather you give us your gospel prowess than you trying to relive 2004 in the club last night. I'm trying to help.
Okay, I was 2004. I was, not an adult, but that's okay.
Nah,
I ain't that old.
I ain't gonna. I was in the club in 04. I can't relate. I was outside.
Oh
14 years
old.
old.
Your little brother in the club. Oh,
Listen,
go home,
14
Roger.
years old, really having it my way. Really getting
Go
drinks.
home, Roger.
Having it.
Nah.
Really having it, for real. So, it's different over on my side. I'm sorry, sheltered child. But let's get back to gospel. So Sammy says, hold on. Yeah, Sammy says that was the same era where Music Soul Child dropped Love, where it was originally written as a gospel song where they replaced Lord with Love. I remember they sang the Lord version in my church when I was a kid. Do you remember that era?
Yeah, they made him change his lyrics because they didn't think it would sell.
Oh, shit. Crystal says, oh, you a PK? Now it all makes sense. What's that mean? Wake it up. What's that mean, Crystal?
Yeah, what does that mean, Crystal?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I have a few theories because I had a few. You feel me? But we ain't about to go there. Crystal also wants to know how much you gave out to the children last night.
Well, most of them are teenagers now, so I only had $1,000. Once that was gone, it's like y'all on your own. Y'all got to get a job.
Oh yeah, for sure. See, the youths that I got, they still like in elementary school, so a dub, $50, that's mega millions for them. So, I got some. Well, no, I got some younger cousins that I'll break off and all of that, but yeah, no, niggas is not getting a C note out of me, nigga. What? You getting 50? And that's if you got straight A's.
You're doing two different things. Oh, and you got to do a grade requirement. You ain't just doing it just to stunt. Oh, that's cool. I do want to talk about gospel.
That's not stunting. What you talk about? You getting fleeced by children is not stunting whatsoever. But talk about
I'm not
gospel.
getting fleeced by children because you know what? They, anytime they get mad at their parents, their parents got to eat the fact that I can go to Big Mama. She gonna give me $100. Sure can.
Okay, yeah, she gonna sustain your lifestyle, little nigga. Like, please, what the fuck is $100?
Who cares?
Anyway, let's see. Sammy says, well, as a PK, it means we're rebellious, prodigal sons and daughters, but we always come back. So my mother was a pastor as well. So I guess, I didn't grow up. My mom was a pastor. My mom became a pastor when I was like 14. And, so I ain't have it that way, but my cousin, shout out to my cousin. I actually called him last night. That nigga was at Foxwood gambling. But, he was the PK for in my childhood. And that's the one that I talk about when it comes down to like, he taught me how to play the drums and all of the church conventions. He is the one who showed me that musicians and shit like that have groupies. So, that's him. So he's that PK shit that y'all talking about for sure. I think that because I was already dibbling and dabbling and doing what I was doing outside by the time my mom's was a pastor, that, that kind of passed me, you know what I'm saying, so to speak. But, let me know about your PK experience.
You was already a heathen.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I was deep in my heathenistic bag by 04. Jesus.
Wow. Yeah, I grew up going to church, I don't know, 3 or 4 days a week. Yeah.
You went to church
really
3 to 4 days a week? What?
Yeah.
It would have been mass protests in my house. What? You getting Sunday out of me, maybe a Friday night service, but all 4 days out of the week? No, sir.
Because you're not a preacher's kid for real. If you're a preacher's kid, that's a normal schedule.
Absolutely insane. Not doing that. Not doing that at all. That's out the question.
Yeah, 3 or 4 days out the week. Everything I did was in the church.
Crystal says, girl, me too. Going to church like you going to work? Out of the question. That's not happening. I'm not allowing that. Sorry. What? I gotta give you my Wednesday night, my Thursday. Nah, Friday. Yo, son. I remember the first night I got shot at was because I was not staying for the entire Friday service. So my mom's, she in her office, and I'm like, yo, I'm just playing the drums for devotion part of the service, all of the songs. I'm playing the drums, and after that, I'm out of here. Such and such can play the drums while when I'm gone. My mother was like, yo, okay, fine, but I think you should stay. And I'm like, nah, I'm good. I got plans tonight. It's Friday night, gang. We are not about to do this church thing. And you know what's so funny? Church service was going to end at like 10 o'clock, and my night was still young. But I was like, nah, I got to prep. We got pregame, all types of shit. So play the drums. You feel me? I leave the church. I go to the store down the street, and I get all of the supplies that I need. You already know, back then I was still smoking blunts. So it was Dutches. I had to get Dutches. I had to get other things. You feel me? And I'm on my way, making my way. And all I hear behind me, I say about 10, 15 minutes after I left the store, because I'm walking. You know what I'm saying? Bad move. I should have drove, but bad move. And all I hear is, oh, yeah. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I heard. And everything I heard after that was, bang, bang, bang. Like, niggas started blicking at me. So I'm running, jumping fences, doing all of the shit that you need to do when you're getting shot at and shit like that. And I parked in this person's shed. You feel me? For like a good 30, 40 minutes. And then I went back to the church. I went back to the church. I told my mom what happened. You feel me? No. That's a lie. That's a lie. After all of that happened, I finished my night. And then when I got back and I told my moms what happened, my mother was like, yeah, I told you shouldn't have went out. You should have just stayed in church. So, it is what it is.
Yeah, God wasn't playing with you.
I had a hell of a night.
That's why them shots rang out.
Man, I had a hell of a night.
Okay.
Man. That house party was lit. That's when what came out that year? That Sean Paul song, Get Busy? What? Oh my God. I wasn't missing that house party.
Oh Lord.
Get busy. Gonna shake that booty non-stop to the beat drop. Just what, nigga? I was in the spot. I wasn't missing that party.
That's how I know you're not a PK, because you're supposed to do the church thing. Then your parents be good and tired. Once they get in the house and go to sleep, you sneak out. Then you go to the party fashionably late. You feel me?
Nah, niggas. See, the thing is, when it came down to us, we did the house parties and shit. We played that shit like the club, so I get what you're saying. But I still got a pregame with the homies. Like, what you mean? We got to do hood rat shit before we go to the party. You feel me? We got to make videos and shit threatening the ops. We got to, roll up and drink. We got to call Stacy and them. You know what I'm saying? We got to do a whole bunch of stuff. Niggas got the Nextels and shit. And then we pull up to the house party at like 11:45, midnight. We stay there for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. And then from 2 o'clock, I do the check-in thing. You feel me? Like, I sneak back in the crib. If my mother's not awake, that means my mother hasn't been awake and I'm good to go. So I sneak back out. That's my check-in. And then from 2 to about 4:30-ish, we doing hood rat shit. We at somebody crib who mama trying to be her friend. So, there ain't no discipline. Her mama, we passing her blunts and shit. Her mom is cool. That's what the cool moms was in the early 2000s. They was just degenerates. Just allowing this shit. You feel me? And yeah, so I, on average, average Friday night for me at 14, I was coming in the crib at like 4-ish, 3-ish, 4-ish on any given weekend. And if it was too hot for the spot, I would just spend the night at my man crib. Like, I would just tell my moms, I'm spending the night over Cash crib. I'll see you Sunday. Blah, blah, blah. That's how we did it. I ain't have to do all of that goody two-shoes shit. You know what I mean? I guess you're right. I ain't a PK because I didn't feel the need to do all that goody two-shoes shit. I did the goody two-shoes shit in front of the people I had to be a goody two-shoes in front of. But what, nigga? I'm around the corner ducking and smoking a blunt. I'm good.
What era of gospel are we on? Where we at? What's the year?
So it was the 90s, right? The late 90s. Well, yeah, the
Okay.
90s going into the 2000s. That's when Kirk Franklin and God's Property is doing what it's doing and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And that was a good time.
That's when secular artists started dipping their toe in the gospel music too.
Yeah.
Like a lot more. And that was like super controversial. Like,
yeah, shit. You remember
church
when
was
Mary came through?
Yes, I remember doing. I'm gonna tell my story. I remember doing praise dances to Mary, Mary. I'm so embarrassed.
Hey, yeah. She was on the praise team. See, now.
Doing the praise dances to Mary, Mary in front of home.
Now, do you remember in the early, like the mid 90s, the step teams?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I respected the step teams more than the praise dancers. Y'all, especially, you remember Bobby Jones Gospel? And the two niggas they used to do the mimes, them niggas they used to have the mask on. Oh, I hated them niggas. I hated them niggas so much. Niggas is pop locking for Jesus. I ain't like it. Slow motion pop locking. That's what I called it. I ain't like
But
that.
the praise dance team was better because we had fabric. We wore like nice outfits. It was just very like liquid. Like it's just cool. Like it was just like the cool thing to do in church. Like
them slow ass praise dances. Oh my God, son. The praise dances.
Then when you finish and everybody starts crying, you like, yeah, I did that.
Yeah. Oh my God. You pulling fake rope. you pulling fake rope. You pulling fake rope while you doing your dance. Oh my goodness. My daughter, she went to a Christian school. And so she was a part of the praise team, dance for her school. So when we would go to her recitals, instead of like ballet or anything like that, we would watch her do praise dances. And she took it so serious. Like she was like locked in. Like whatever the song is talking about, it wasn't just the body movement, her facial expressions. If it was about sadness, she gonna have the sad face. If it was about anger, she gonna have the angry face. You feel me? That's that. She was into
you have
that
to
shit.
emote.
She gave her all. So shout out to the praise team. And this nigga, let me tell you what this nigga said.
Was on the step team in middle school.
Yeah, you know what I was you know the comment that I was reading. You know the comment. This nigga. Could you imagine Rashad on the fucking step team? Oh my God.
Yes, I can actually.
Oh, nasty. Nigga, of all of the fucking collective, the electives that you could have been a part of, you could have been a part of ROTC. Nigga, you could have been a part of anything else. This nigga's out here stepping with the girls. Nigga bought the black Timbs. I know he bought the black Timbs, had the black jeans and the black t-shirt, stepping and slapping his thighs. I don't like it. I don't like it. Stomp the yard ass nigga. Was Columbus short ass nigga. I don't like it.
That's hilarious. Rashad, can you flip? Can you do backflips and stuff? You know, short people, little people usually they can usually tumble pretty well. Was he doing any tumbling?
They can tumble really well. It's crazy. Crystal says, if you ain't spent time in the youth choir, did you even really go to church? See, listen, I was a musician. Okay, so I played the drums, so I wasn't singing. I sang for a little bit, and so.
Oh God, we heard what you could do. I hope you wasn't in that
I'm the
singing.
songbird of our generation. Give me any song, I'll sing it flawlessly because my voice is like. You feel me? Like I'm really like that when it comes to my vocals. Like, come on, son, songbird of our generation. But anyway, yeah, so I quickly went from the choir to the pulpit and played the drums because I wasn't fucking around. You feel me?
I was a praise dancer. I was in the choir. I was also a part of the drama theater department. So I would write plays for church. I would get my Tyler Perry on. I was deep.
I was about to say, you thought you was Tyler Perry?
Yes, I was. And listen, my plays used to go up. Like, man, they used to go up in church for real. I ain't gonna hold you. But I
would have left a
like
bad
I would
review.
write like the girl.
Bad
no,
writing.
I would write
She rushed the
it would be
writing.
like-
This is very rushed writing. A child clearly wrote
It would be
this.
like a girl in the club, partying, kicking it, and then she would leave for the club and bam, God would talk to her like, man, the church used to go up so hard for my place. You hate it for real.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You was talking crazy in the chat. Um, Rashad says I can walk far on my hands. Rashad, please, sir, please, please.
That's a weird talent.
Rashad
That's
definitely one of
strange.
them niggas that flipped his eyelids as a kid. I know he did.
No, I hated those dudes.
Rashad definitely was flipping his eyelids in elementary school for sure. Crystal says there's definitely some footage of me singing and playing instruments in the church out there. That's what I'm talking about, man. For sure. You know what I'm saying? Niggas wouldn't. I'm dead ass. I'm trying to think. Were there any boys on the church step team? Probably, but I don't remember them.
Yeah.
Because Ashley
was a super Bible thumper for a long time.
Team, and you already know whatever Ashley was doing, I was rocking with it. So, you know what I mean?
Oh Lord, he was in church being a horn dog.
Yo,
this
son, Ashley had it, yo. She had the it factor. I ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to Ashley.
I ain't gonna lie. Like, you speak about that all of the time when you be in spaces and shit like that. That it, you know what I'm saying? You say all the time, chicks don't be having it for real. And like I'm saying, like, as far as 1998 was concerned, Ashley had it. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I don't know what she doing today. I'm not a Facebook nigga, so I don't keep up with childhood friends and shit like that. I'm a real nigga who move around. So I don't know what she doing today. You feel me? But in 98 and 99, she was cooking.
That Lord, they remember you for the rest of their life.
I'm just saying,
Ashley don't forgot you existed. And you still talking about her. I know that's right, Ash.
Impossible.
I know that's right.
Now that's impossible. No, I ain't gonna lie. I'm a lot. I'm a lot. But one thing I am not is forgettable. Like, we not gonna do that. Lasting impressions. Lasting impressions. It's one of those things about it. That's yeah. She definitely, like, what? Right now, sight unseen, somebody pull up on Ashley and be like, yeah. Not even no prompt, not even trying to like feed her the shit. It's like, yo, did you have a crush on anybody, or was you rocking with anybody in 1997 to 1998? She gonna say doe. She gonna say doe. She gonna say, She's not gonna say doe, but she gonna say my name, and it's gonna be, yeah, that's solidified.
She gonna say a whole different person.
I promise you she won't. me, her, 1998. That's it. That's all we needed. Crystal asked you, for sure, was you a mime? Remember the mime era in the church? We talked about that.
No, I never took it that far. That's corny. But one of the dudes who played the drums for my church, he was doing the mime thing. And then randomly one Sunday, he was possessed by a demon. That was crazy.
Yeah,
that mom shit might be demonic for real.
Yeah, that mom shit is demonic. That's exactly what I was about to say. That mom shit was. I told you, I was watching. First of all, my mom's weaponized Bobby Jones gospel against me. So you already know. I don't know any '90s kid that went to sleep at night on Saturday. You went to sleep at like 4 a.m. because you're up playing video games. You up on the computer, like you up, nigga. And so, you know, I just went to bed at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. At 8, 9 years old, here comes fucking my mom coming through, turning Bobby Jones gospel on mad loud in the crib, waking me up. That was, I hated, son. When I tell y'all, I don't know what I hated more, going to church or going to school. They might be equal, but I hated it.
You know.
I hated it. The only thing that made that shit like lit is when I started playing the drums, and then obviously, Ashley. But other than that, like, no, I didn't want to go.
Let me ask the chat a question. Do you guys remember the movie Left Behind? Though I need you to find out what happened to Ashley.
Yeah,
for real.
I don't remember her last name.
Did you guys watch that movie Left Behind? Like, I remember when I was in high school, I was trying to save all my friends. This is why I got a heart for the hoes. All my friends in high school was hoes. And I would make them watch Left Behind, like, every time they stayed the night. Like, listen, y'all need to get saved. Y'all need to stop hoeing for real. Like, I care about your soul. Like, they hated coming to my house. They thought we was going to kick it. Nope, we're watching Left Behind, and we're reading scripture.
So it sounds like you were the best friend that I would suggest at 35 for my daughter to have around. But at the time, us the same age, you would have been a fucking enemy to me. What are you doing? We are trying to get into hood rat shit, and here you come with Psalms 23. Here you come with Ecclesiastes, nigga.
I wasn't even doing Psalms. We were reading straight Revelations. I'm scaring the hoes. Revelations. Open that book real quick. Stop hoeing, please. It's not good.
Insane. Man.
Yo, every time they'll invite the boys over, the guys over. Glad y'all came. Y'all can use this word too. Here you go. I got a ton of Bibles. Here you go.
Wake it up, Rashad. Hold on. My nigga Rashad said white folks movies during Hotep history. Wake it up. Why are we talking about cracker films, cracker cinema? See? Talking about Left Behind, Rashad.
Rashad, you the last one.
Rashad, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. You skating on thin ice, buddy. But check this out, Rashad. Rashad, me and you, we doing a 4-man. Like, we not, fuck that. We just at the spot. But you my man, right? You got some entertainment. You entertaining something for the night. I'm entertaining something tonight, right? We in the spot. We having a great old time, grand old time. And then here come O for show. And her Bible thumping ass in the middle of the functions talking about, nah, girl, you don't need to be doing this. And da-da-da-da. Look at him and look at your life and look at your soul and salvation and all. It's like, what? Yo, it's 11:59 on a Saturday. Mind your business. Where's your man
You
at?
know what's crazy? I always got invited because my body was tea, but I didn't know that because I was so deep in the Bible. So it kept inviting me. And I kept showing up with the Bible, like, I'm not getting to none of them activities.
Rashad, she's showing up to the spot. She's showing up to house parties and kickbacks with the Bible. We got to kick her out. Oh, man, I wish I could have 2 people on the motherfucking phone at once, because this is nasty. You sitting here thumping the Bible. Nah, son. Nah, son. We're sinning right now. We are on sin time, and you over here talking.
Listen, and my best friend in high school, she had 2 kids before we graduated. The other one had 1. I was the only one, and I was the only one who finished with no kids. It's a good thing that when I was that young, I was so steep in my word, because it could have went a whole different way.
Steep in my word. If you don't get out of your son. You about to get hung up.
Listen, man. You a hater, man. Come on now. You gonna bring up gospel and don't want me to talk about being steeped in the word? What's up with you?
Yo, listen, man. I'm with it. I respect it. It's just that we at the motherfucking kickback, is what I'm saying. We are at the spot.
They should have stopped inviting me. The boys kept inviting me because, like I said, my body was tea and they was being horn dogs, and so they kept inviting me, thinking they was going to be the one to convince me to change my mind. I would get in that room with them. They'll be talking. They'll be like, you want something to drink? I would like a little bit of water, and I would like for you to sit down. Have you ever considered where you would go?
As soon as you would have, listen, because I threw several kickbacks. Kickback king, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my mom going on church conventions and all of that, and I got the crib to myself. You feel me? One of my first kickback I threw, we premiered, we had a watch party for the Cat Williams comedy special when he had the green suit on, the most famous one. So I got college kids in here. I got mature high school kids in here. I got some degenerate ladies in here who did not care that she was the older people and shit, And if you would have came in, you know what I'm saying? I welcome you like, hey, what's going on for show? What's going on? What you drinking? And you would have said, nah, just water for me. I would have been like, yo, do me a favor. Go out there, get back in your vehicle, drive away from this address, and do not return. That's what I would have told you when you would have told me, oh, just water for me. Because you, and you got a Bible? Why do you have a Bible? Why do you have a Bible under your arms?
But if I leave, I'm taking my whole friends with me. Because they ain't got no ride. They ain't got nothing. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, 2 of them got my shoes on. So if I leave, I'm taking my whole friends with me. So just let me try to save 1 soul tonight. Y'all can do what y'all do. I just got to get 1. You know what I'm saying? I just got to get my 1. Let me get 1.
Rashad, are you hearing this, gang? Are you about to let Sister Mary Clarence in the fucking kickback. Because, man, if you don't get the hell out of here, man, you gotta go.
See, you would have been the one I went for. I would have been like, that heathen right there, he my mission. God sent me to speak to him.
See, the thing is, what you don't know is that this, as far as your homegirl's mind, this is my house. She thinks this is my shit. Okay, I got some mustache. I got a mustache going. Okay, I got a deep voice, and I literally got, it's a kickback, so it's like 15 to 20 people. It's not that many people, right? And she think this is my shit. I am the host with the most. I have a robe on, with a Ralph Lauren robe, with a fucking polo.
A robe?
Yes, I'm really like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm really hosting, like, for real. So
Jesus.
And so you over there like, nah, girl. Like, you shitting on the main attraction. I'm that nigga. This is my shit. This is my liquor. This is my TV. This is my living room. This is my shit. So you trying to shit on me, it's like, it's not going to work. She's too enamored right now. She's having a great time. I'm filling up her cup. I'm being cordial and gentlemanlike with her. I'm not being aggressive and grabbing her. I'm not doing none of that goofy shit. Yo, you good? You like that lemonade with the or you fucking with your Long Island iced tea, or you fucking with your this, that, the third. Like, she's having a great time. Thank you, though. You are so nice. Oh my God. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? My mother got the best furniture.
Until I hit you with the, when you die, do you know where your soul's going?
Oh, man. I'm going to respond and be like, yo, listen, you're not dying tonight. You know what I'm saying? But while we alive, we should live. That's what I would tell her. While we alive, we should live. That's going to do it. That's going to do it right there.
Live for Christ. Live for Christ, because Christ died for us. Yeah. Come on now.
Mm-hmm. I just want you to know that this woman is about to put that Bible down when the Cat Williams shit come on and laugh her ass off at all of the shit that he's about to say. Like, listen, I already know what I'm doing. You think that I didn't run it? It wasn't Bible thumpers, but I seen the cot blocker from a mile away. I seen you. I seen when you came in. I know exactly what you about to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, we really like that.
Long Island. He wasn't making no drinks. He was just, especially back in that time, he had Incredible Hulks going. He had Hypnotic and Hennessy.
Yes.
This nigga talking about Long Island.
We had a nice bar going. We had Incredible Hulks. We had Long Islands. Okay. And then we had
He had Alizé for the girls. Come on, I'm from the same area you from. You had Alizé for the girls. Y'all was drinking Hennessy. Y'all probably had some Paul Masson. Like, you trying to make it seem like you was in there really.
Was I a fucking mixologist? No, but I had Incredible Hulk.
Yeah.
I had Incredible Hulk.
Why, man?
I had the Bacardi Limon with the lemonade. And then I also had the Jack and Coke. That's what we had. You feel me? And of course, I got weed for sale. So what y'all trying to do? You know what I mean?
Weed for sale?
Yes.
He's not even giving the weed to the girlie. You see what I mean?
No, the girls is good. The girls is good. The girls get the smoke. But, like, the ugly ones got to pay. The men and the ugly women got to pay for weed, for sure.
Wow. Smirnoff and orange juice and call it a day.
Well, Rashad is a degenerate.
Man, come on. Now, this is the early 2000s. He trying to make it seem like he was on some. So, in the early 2000s, stop it.
Yo, listen.
Stop it.
Listen, what I'm trying to say is that I wasn't some super sophisticated nigga. I'm not doing that. But I definitely wasn't, bottom of the barrel. I was somewhere in between. That's all.
Hey, shout out to the Pentecostals, Crystal. Shout out to the Pentecostals. I've been on here for way too long. I'm finna let you have it. I thought we was gonna talk gospel, but you too much of a heathen, so.
You ain't say nothing about gospel. We don't move on to the feature presentation until 9:30 because we getting out of here. We getting out of here like 11 o'clock tonight. It's Friday, so it's all good.
Mm-hmm.
My nigga Sammy said the Incredible Hulks and Alizé, you can't get at the bars these days, especially not any rooftops. This is what I'm talking about. This nigga Rashad, I ain't gonna lie. All right, Rashad, you got me with that one. I didn't fuck with the Smirnoff and orange juice, but the Svedka and cranberry, you would have had me because vodka and cranberry was my jam. You throw a little bit of Red Bull in that bitch.
I didn't start drinking till my senior year.
Okay, loser. We're not asking you, goody two shoes. We talking to the degenerates.
Oh, tough crowd.
Yeah, man. Listen, we was getting to it, man. That's the reason why I'm so wholesome now. I done did it already. You know?
Oh, are you saying the opposite for me?
No, what
I was in the club using Shazam, y'all. It was so funny.
Come on, son. She in the spot using Shazam. Please. Yo, son. And I'm not even saying granny because of your age. I'm saying granny because of your behavior in the club. Go home, granny. Yo, all right, you know what it is?
You can't say granny because of my age. Me and you around the same age. That would be crazy.
So check this out. Do y'all remember the scene in Space Jam after the NBA players lost their talent and Charles Barkley goes play some street ball with the little lesbian girl, the little teenage tomboy and shit? And this nigga Charles Barkley just sucks. Like, he can't get a shot up. He can't pay for a bucket, right? Because he lost all his fucking talent. And so Shorty was like, man, you ain't Charles Barkley. You just a wannabe who look like him. And she kicked that nigga off the motherfucking court for being a wannabe. That's the real Charles Barkley. So it's the real O for show, but she in here Shazamming. Get her out of here. We don't want that. We don't want to see nobody Shazamming nothing. Go home.
I added those songs to my workout playlist.
Look what you did to it. Not even yo, when I throw my party playlist, like, nah. When I go work out, like, man, Burnett's and pineapple. Now, Rashad, I will raise you Burnett's and pineapple. No, I'll see your Burnett's and pineapple, and I'll raise you pink lemonade Burnett's. Wake it up. Yes.
I forgot y'all love alcohol. That's not really mine. I was more of a smoker, and I did dabble in
My name is Doe Doobs. What are you talking about? I smoke competitively.
Yeah, I forgot I'm talking to Iron Lungs.
Yeah, like, what we talking about? This big smoke. What you mean?
The alcohol conversations during, like, I really didn't really do that a lot, so.
Man, shout out to my nigga. When Jamie came out with Blame It on the Alcohol, nigga, what?
Look at what inspires you.
Man, I'm about to play that shit now. That's my shit. And I'm drinking right now, too.
Hey, I'm out, y'all. This been a good time. God bless y'all. I'm going to keep y'all in my place.
Yeah. Thank you so much, O for Show, for calling in. As always, you're always welcome on the platform. Watch how you talking in the chat. You will be accosted. Hold on, son. Hold on. Because, Friday we go a little bit off script and shit. You know what I'm saying? We have a good time. We'll get to the feature presentation at 9:30. So, where we at with it? You know what I'm saying? Y'all remember this? Hold on, let me pull it up, because this shit was my shit, son. Hold on. What year did this come out? Because that's going to mean a lot, too. Hold on. Where we at with it? Where we at with it? Hold on.
Litter Robot 5.
Hold on, let's skip the ad. Hold on. Rashad, what year was this, gang? What year was this, gang? When did this come out? We was outside, you hear me?
Blame it on the goose. Hey. Got you feeling loose. Hey. Blame it on the throne. Hey. Got you in the zone. Blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the
alcohol. Rashad.
She says she usually don't. Hey. But I know that she front. Oh,
9? Yeah, I was 19. We was doing the most, like nigga. What?
Easy. I hear you saying what you won't do. Hey. But you know we're probably gonna do what you've been feeling deep inside. Don't let it out now. Girl, what you drinking? Go let it sink in. Here for the weekend. Thinking we can see what we can be if we press fast forward. Just one more round and you're down out the door. Fill another cup up, feeling on your butt. What? You don't even care now. I was Blame it on the T-Pain. Girl, I know you feel good, just like you look. Couple more shots, you open up like a book. I ain't tripping, cause I'ma read ya. Shout it, I ain't tripping, I just wanna please ya. I'ma take a shot of the Nouveau. Shout it in, you know what's going down. We can go and kick it like judo. You know what I mean. Shout it, got drunk, thought it all was a dream, so I made her say Now she got a hand on my legs, got my seats all wet in my ride. All over my ride. She looked me dead in the eye. Then my pants got bigger. She already knew what to figure. Had her looking at her boyfriend like, that nigga. Blame it on the juice. Got you loose. Blame it on the drum. Got you in the zone. Blame it on the
Hey, Sammy Wallace. Sammy said.
Blame it on the Henny.
We got a more thing. Hold on. We got a. My son Sammy said, you know I've been drinking. He said if you was next to me in the club when this came on, I was definitely shrieking, wake it up, Sammy.
Blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the Now to the bombers popping bottles with the Henny in their cups, screaming money ain't a thing if it ain't throw it up in the sky. And hold your drinks up high. Now to my independent bombers who can buy their own bottles, if you're looking like a model, when them broke fellas holler, tell them bye. And hold your drinks up high. You can blame it on the goose, got you feeling loose. Blame it on the drum, got you in the song. Blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the vodka. Blame it on the Henny. Blame it on the booze, got you feeling dizzy. Blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the
Yeah, man. This was a classic. Y'all niggas was not outside. That's what it was. Y'all were indoors. Not y'all in the chat. But that if y'all ain't feel that, then you know your whole perspective is whack, son. I ain't even gonna hold you. That we was outside when that came on. What?
So one of the things that we started with the boys is they get a weekly allowance. We printed money.
Yeah, I don't know when I was still playing. But yeah, man. Wait, Glee? What y'all was talking about with Glee? Wait. I love the Glee cover of the song Crystal. What? Glee? Y'all talking about that show? What? Me too, Crystal. I love Glee. Oh my goodness. What? Glee? I was watching White Choirs? Why? Why were you doing that? All right, what else we got in the bookmarks? You see how this right here? We were supposed to be talking about, I ain't gonna lie, this is more than gospel though. Like this talks about jazz and hip hop and blues and boogie woogie and you know all of that type of stuff. So I mean it was there. R&B is right here. R&B is right here. So we wasn't off. Crystal says I can't drink because I got other people's children at my house. Oh yeah. You gotta keep it cute. Now I ain't gonna lie, if you asking me the babysit, I'm gonna have a drink. I ain't gonna get drunk. I ain't gonna get drunk, but I'm gonna have a little drink. You know what I'm saying? Man, you love disco? What disco songs you fuck with? We still got 17 minutes until feature presentation. So, you already know. This is the reason why this shit going on Patreon, because I'm sick and tired of these copyright strikes, because I want to jam out. Motherfucking, I seen a video yesterday, and they was playing my joint. Hold on. By my girl Cheryl Lynn. Where my shit at? That's my shit. Now this right here at the motherfucking at the family function, this is my shit right here. I ain't gonna hold you. This right here, me and my aunt go crazy to this. Me and my aunt turning up right here. What? You better believe it. The two step is immaculate. Perfect. Perfect.
Show tonight.
Come on now, y'all niggas, come on.
Working hard, 9 to 5. Not talking about a movie, no. Or a Broadway play. This show is live. And I know it's you
I thought I wasn't black. Come on now. Don't let all of this 1890, 1910, 1920 shit fool you, nigga. We turn up at the crib. Come on. Come on, y'all.
Every time that I'm with you, boy, you take control.
Should.
I'm your captive audience. It's you I wanna see it tonight.
If you drink something with me. Come on.
Performance make me feel good again. You're so
show y'all. Let me play this joint. This is my joint right here. This is my joint. We talking about the ladies.
Lowe's knows snow days don't end outside. So save now on World.
Hold on. Fuck this ad. Hold on. Let's get to it. Come on.
Hey boy.
I don't know shit about this.
Would you meet me on the roof tonight? I got a surprise for you.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to all my niggas that was playing Grand Theft Auto Vice City. Come on.
Shook out on your loving, and boy, I can't wait to get started loving you. All night long, I'm waiting for your love to come to the roof to show you proof. It's you that I love. And now that I can feel you coming closer to me, I'm not running. Oh, may I say, I can't wait to get it on. I'm gonna give it to you.
Come on. I don't know why y'all thought I ain't had soul. Like, this is Hotep we talking about. Come on, man. I'm really like that.
I'm gonna give it to you. I've been waiting for you so long. Come to me. I'm gonna give it to you. Meet me on the rooftop in the night. I'm gonna give it to you. Come and get my love delight. Shook out on your loving, and boy, there is just no way I'll ever get over you. All night long, I'm waiting for your love to come to the roof
I'm dancing though.
I'm gonna give it to you, give it to you, give it to you, give it to you.
Hey, come on, y'all. Come on. It's Hotep over here, so we thought it's Friday. I told y'all. You know how we do Fridays. Hold on, man. Like, listen, we really do this shit, man. I'm trying to tell y'all something. Hold on.
Meet Element.
Hold on. These damn ads, boy. One of these days, I'm gonna get YouTube Premium. But until then, oh, hold on.
Come here, baby. Mary, I love you. Do it, baby. I'm in love with Mary Jane. She's my main thing. She makes me feel alright. She makes my heart sing. And when I'm feeling low, she comes as no surprise. Turns me on with her love. Takes me to paradise. Do you love me, Mary Jane? Yeah. I'm in love with Mary Jane. I'm not the only one. If Mary wanna play around, I'll let her have a fun. She's not the kind of girl that you can just tie down. She likes to spread a love and turn your head around. Do you love me, Mary Jane? Yeah. Oh,
Welcome everybody to the Hotep. You take a request?
I love her just the same. I love her, baby, 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 baby. But Mary plays no game. Yeah, 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 yeah,
JP Morgan has been the great project.
Hey.
Can't sleep.
Yeah.
Too hurt. Too weak. Gotta call up. Dial that number. No one answers till 2 o'clock. And if by chance you let me come over out on the street, I wanna see you, baby. And if by chance you let me just hold you, I'm down on my knees. I wanna see you, baby. I'll be your righteous lover. She said, sugar, honey, darling, I really want to see you too. It's just like someone's over, baby.
Shout out to Open Show.
I really want to be with you.
Sammy says, I remember one time I went to this mature club.
If I chance,
Encore
you
came
let
on.
me
So I
just
started dancing with this woman. She turned around and it was my bandmate's mother. Hey, hey, Sammy, that's what I'm talking about.
You said you wouldn't be here. And you hold the
Christian says, why the baby know the words to this song? That's what I'm talking about. Teaching the babies right. We got one last one before we get back to it. Oh, what happened? Oh, I clicked it too early, my fault.
You
y'all.
find
That was
yourself
my
between the
bad.
grown-
That was my bad. That was me. That was me. That was me, but it's all good. Hold on. I had to play this. Come on. Hey. Come on. Before we get to the feature presentation, I just want to say thank you guys for tapping in the Hotep History Live with your host, with the motherfucking most President Hotep dudes. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Y'all sending me that computer love, you feel me? Come on. Come on now, listen. If you actually grew up on barbecues, family reunions and cookouts, hey, you know, it's different over here. I need to do wet with somebody.
You know I've been searching for someone.
Come on.
Who can share that special love with me. And your eyes have that glow. Could it be your face I see on my computer screen? I need a special girl to share in my computer world. I no longer need astrology. Thanks to modern technology. Shoot-a-bop, I wanna love you. Shoot-a-bop, baby. Shoot-a-bop, I wanna love you. Shoot-a-bop, my computer. You know I've been around, from hot sexy mamas to cool prima donnas. I wanna share your treasure, oh so rare. Cause it's your face I see on my computer screen. Won't you keep me warm tonight? Such a sweet delight.
I will cherish the memory of this night. Yes, I found my computer.
Shoot-a-bop, I wanna love you. Shoot-a-bop, computer. Shoot-a-bop, I wanna love you. Shoot-a-bop, my computer.
Digital love, computer love, computer love, digital love,
All right.
beautiful
So we had a little jam. We drink a little bit. We partied a little bit. But now it's time for our feature presentation. Oh yeah, it's like that for me. We might have to play an OD on the outro. So let's get it up. Let's get it out there. But yeah, man, I just wanted to let you just loosen up a little bit for the Friday episode. I'm glad y'all enjoyed it. Crystal says she was in here singing Mary Jane. That's what I'm talking about. That's the jams. All right, so let me pull up so many sources here. So if you didn't remember, if you didn't remember, tonight we're talking about slave revolts, rebellions, and resistance. And lucky for me, I found a website, old one. You already know how the old websites do, but I found an old website that pretty much listed all of them shits. So we just gonna go through them. We're gonna go through them, and that'll be that. I ain't gonna hold you. I want to have a nice short episode with you guys. And if I'm gonna stay on, I ain't gonna lie. It's Friday. I want to be able to just chat with y'all, man. I am not your college professor. I'm a regular nigga. You feel me? And I want you guys to know that we human and shit like that. I just enjoy fucking with y'all. So we got no primary sources tonight. You feel me? No primary sources tonight. White people, they did document it and whatnot and stuff like that. People documented it. But it will be largely secondary sources tonight. But it's all good. It's good information. They do have sources attached to them. And so let me switch on over. We are going to be talking about slave revolts and rebellions starting. Let me zoom on in for y'all so y'all can follow along. Y'all know I don't like to be stingy with the info. Come on, let's zoom in big for y'all so y'all can read too. All right, 200%. And so we're starting at 1526, the 16th century. And that's why I'll be telling y'all, Black American history runs deep. So the first slave revolt started in 1526. 1526. So let's go through them. So we're going to go from 1526 to 1864, the year before the emancipation of the ancestors. So from 1526 to 1864. So let's get into it. The first slave revolt in continental North America. The first, bear with me. The first slave revolt in continental North America was in South Carolina in 1526. Lucas Vasquez de Ayllón, a Spanish colonizer, founded a town near the Petee River. This settlement consisted of 500 Spaniards and 100 enslaved Africans. Illness soon hit the settlement and Ayllón died. The South Carolina Indians became hostile to the settlement, and in November, the enslaved Africans revolted, killing their Spanish masters and escaped to Indians. The surviving 150 returned to Haiti in December 1526. This is based out of Herbert Aptheker in his book, Negro Slave Revolts in the United States, and I have that book. Hold on, give me a second. I'll pull it up, and I will have it in the description, as always. As always, I'm going to have it in the description. So, I told y'all about Herbert. Herbert was a Jewish American man. He was very much enamored with Black Americans, very, very interested in Black Americans, to the point that he wrote over 100 books about Black Americans. this Jewish man was really, really interested in Black America. Herbert Aptheker. Okay. So this is from his book. It's still loading. Okay. But yeah, so that was the first revolt. Let's move on. 1660s in Virginia, York County, servants plotted to rebel over their hard usage. Leader of the uprising, which was betrayed before it went into effect, was an indentured servant named Isaac Friend. Friend's master, James Goodwin, had apparently restricted his servants' diet to corn and water. Friend presided at a meeting at which they complained that they were, quote, kept according to the law of the country, and asked them to join in a petition to send for England to the king to have it redressed. In the meantime, Friend declared that he would lead the group to get arms, and they would fight for their liberty and freedom, and then they go through the country and kill those who made any opposition, and that they would either be freed or die. So one of the themes that we're going to see consistently here is a few things. One, the ancestors simply not going. Quite simply just not going for it. We're not fucking with this. Y'all are lying. Y'all are going against what we know to be right. And so we're going to fight against that. We're going to revolt against that. We're going to rebel against that. And so when it came down to their situation, it's like, yo, not only are we slaves, but you going to reduce my intake to corn and water? Corn ain't shit. You eat corn and it flows right through your motherfucking body. It ain't shit going down when it comes down to corn, right? And so when it came down to this shit, yeah, we're going to fucking fight against this shit every single time. Y'all niggas is bugged the fuck out. You goddamn right we're going to revolt. Let's see if it's loaded up all the way. Yes, there we go. So this is Herbert Aptheker's book. You know I'm always going to find it. You know I'm going to find these old books. He had a lot of pages. Here we go. American Negro Slave Revolts by Herbert Aptheker. This was written... What year was this written? 1945? Okay. 1945. The first printing was in 1943. Okay, he wrote it for Faye. Dedicated it to Faye, whatever, boom, 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 boom. And then we got the contents, right? And this is what I like to look at first, obviously. So you got the introduction, the fear of rebellion, the machinery of control, some participants of rebellion, further causes of rebellion, individual acts of resistance, exaggeration, distortion, and censorship, early plots and rebellions, and then it gives the timelines from 1791 to 1809, 1810 to 1819, 1820 to 1830. You know, going decade for decade. The Turner cataclysm and some repercussions. And then, of course, 1835 to 1849, blah, blah, blah. So he has an entire book. This will be in the description, so don't trip. But let's move on. Let's see the other times. Because remember, this is going to be pretty much it. We're going to go through this timeline. This starts in 1526, and it ends in 1864. So we're going to basically do 300 years of your ancestors fighting against this tyranny. Because they done told you that your ancestors were a bunch of soft punk ass bitches who just let the white man, berate them and subjugate them and oppress them and all of that other shit. But I'm here to tell you that your ancestors was never going. They was never going. That is what it is. Did you have some people that was docile and shit like that? For sure. For sure. And also, matter of fact, while we was playing YouTube videos and shit, I need to get that loaded up. I made a video on this. Matter of fact, fuck this blog. I want to watch my video first. But let's get back to the article while the video loads up. It says 1660s in Virginia, York County, servants plotted to rebel over their hard usage. Boom, boom, boom. We read that one. 1663, indentured servants plan to revolt in Gloucester. All right, disaffected servants in Gloucester County, Virginia, plan to revolt. there is some evidence that the plot leaders were convicts, primarily Cromwellian soldiers. Quote, for the poor people becoming therefore very uneasy, their murmurings were watched and fed by several mutinous and rebellious Oliverian soldiers that were sent thither as servants. A James City grand jury presented 9 quote-unquote laborers of Gloucester County charged as, quote, false traitors against his most excellent prince of sovereign Lord Charles ye II. All right, so one of the things that I found very interesting is that old white men, so 1663, this will be the 17th century, right? In the 17th century, you was able to just misspell shit. Look at this. Traitors is spelled with a Y. And this is it's like a very interesting aspect of the English language, the English written language, where I know it's going to sound crazy, but like there was a lot more common sense when it came down to the English language in centuries prior to the 21st century. We've modified it and refined it to a particular point. However, things that we obviously look at as typos or misspells or whatever was actually how shit was spelled. Traitors was spelled with a Y at one point instead of an I. You know what I mean? So I see this shit. Even this right here, sovereign. Look how sovereign is spelled. Soveraigine. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to point that out when it comes down to the, the historical relevance and stuff like that, right? They apparently plan to break into a couple of houses to steal arms and ammunition with which they would march to the governor to demand freedom from their contracts. Now, I tell y'all all of the fucking time, and this is going to be the thing that I tell y'all. Hold on, I want y'all to see me when it comes to this shit because I'm sick of it. You niggas will march in the streets for days, okay? Terrorizing neighborhoods and shit like that ain't got nothing to do with the fuck your issue is. The ancestors over here, they made it very clear. They apparently plan to break into a couple of houses to steal arms and ammunition. So, rebels. So they're going to steal some guns. That is what it is. With which they would march to the governor to demand freedom from the contracts. They didn't fucking march through the streets of fucking Gloucester County, nigga. They went to the governor, the nigga that's in charge of the state, and say, hey, nigga, we don't want to be enslaved anymore. Do something about it. They didn't terrorize a bunch of random citizens of fucking Gloucester County. They were intentional and deliberate with their target. We stole guns from you niggas. Okay? We stole the guns. I ain't gonna lie. We stole the guns. However, we marched to the governor's crib or the governor's office. We didn't make it the issue of every other fucking person. We made it the issue of the motherfucker running the state. Straight up. This is in 1663. 1663. Well, let's get back to it. Boom. So that's 1663. Let's keep scrolling. Africans and Europeans planned to revolt together. The first serious planned uprising involving Africans in English America occurred in Virginia in 1663 on September 13th. John Birkenhead, a black servant to Major John Smith of Gloucester County, betrayed an extensive conspiracy of African slaves and white indentured servants. Information on this incident is scanty. However, what is clear regarding this incident is that both African and white indentured servants in Gloucester County jointly planned to rebel and overthrow their masters and thus secure their freedom but the plan was betrayed by an indentured servant, John Birkenhead. An unknown number of rebels were executed and their bloody heads placed on chimney tops. Listen to me. The ancestors always knew it was not about race, and it was about status. They knew that it was always, if we're going to categorize, box people in, it's going to be based upon the fucking money that you have, the wealth that you have. Now, I'm no commie. You know that. Live, let live, get rich, do all the things you want to do. Fine. However, when it comes to this shit right here, this is a quintessential example of what the shit the Hoteps be talking about. Because we understand that when it comes down to who's really running shit, it ain't the poor white man. He's a pawn. It ain't the poor black man. He's a pawn. It's these motherfuckers running this shit up at the top and being able to make money off of both of our backs. So while that white man may not be a chattel to that white man, right? That white man is still an indentured servant. Now, most indentures were 7 years. Most. You know, some were lower, like 4 years and shit, but most indentures were 7 years. You worked off whatever debt you had for 7 years. In those 7 years, you are going to be treated like a motherfucker who's not only in debt to me, but has to work it off. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. In 2025, if a nigga owe you 40 grand, he got to work it off over the next 7 years. I'm not saying you're going to disrespect him, but you're definitely not going to treat him as an equal. Even if you give him respect, even if you treat him whatever, you don't abuse him, there's already a dynamic there that says, nigga, you owe me. And based upon you owing me, you got to work that shit off. So if one day I'm having a bad day, my wife getting on my nerves or some shit like that, and I take my anger out on you because you owe me money too. You owe me money too. And I say some nasty, vile shit to you. Some of the same shit that I would say to the black slave that I own. You quickly realize that this shit ain't got nothing to do with my skin color, because you will treat me bad, talk to me crazy, all of that other shit based upon the dynamic that we have as two white men. So fuck that. And you know what's so funny? This is in 1663. Okay? This is 200 years before the Emancipation Proclamation. 200 years. And now, in 2025, when a Hotep tells you, like, yo, son, these motherfuckers want you to be focused on the pimping. They want you to fall for the pimping. They want to tell you that it's the Negroes that's your problem, white man. They want to convince you that white people are your problems, black man. But they've been your problem the entire time. The entire time. These motherfuckers will pit you against your fellow citizen to be able to, scapegoat whatever they do. Here's how it manifests itself. A motherfucker, John Birkenhead, he comes through. Because remember, let's not forget, John Birkenhead, a black servant to Major John Smith of Gloucester County, betrayed other black people. The black people in this time were like, yo, we're revolting against Major John Smith. And this coon ass nigga, John Birkenhead, says, Massa, the white men that work for you and the black men that are enslaved by you, they trying to insurrect. They trying to revolt against you, Massa. He pat John on the head. Good job. Good job, John. Thank you for letting me know. You're a good nigger. This is what I'm talking about. It's always been a coon. This is in 1663. This coon, he had a first and last name. See, that's how you know that nigga Michael Harriot be lying. It ain't no Big Moses. What white man is called? Like, that's not happening. John Birkenhead with a source. Virginia statutes at large. That's a real source. Michael Harriot, he just make up names. Right? But this black man loved his master or loved his owner so much that he would betray the cause. I want to say that again. This black man loved his owner so much that he would betray the cause. Motherfuckers is working day in and day out. I want y'all to know this is something that you will see because we're going over hundreds of years of black Americans revolting against their subjugation. Hundreds of years. We started in 1526. We are now in 1663. We still got 200 years to go. What I'm saying to you is that when it comes down to our own liberation, our biggest enemy has been these types of niggas. The John Birkenhead ass niggas. And I know y'all be like, not y'all in the chat, but the guys who push, I get pushed back in the DMs. I don't respond to them, but they ask me some good questions. I won't lie. One of the criticisms that I get often is that you giving a highlight reel of Black America. You giving a highlight reel. You talking about the best and brightest of Black America. You're not talking about the field. You're not talking about the average Black the average Black American during these times. And I'm like, my first initial response is, nigga, you don't watch enough. But I have to also take in consideration he may have only been ingesting Hotep history through clips. Shout out to my production manager, right? And so he hears me bragging about the ancestors and shit like that, but it's like, what about the racism? What about the oppression? What about, all of this other shit? And I'm like, it's not that I'm sitting there acting like the oppression didn't exist, because y'all know that. Y'all watch enough of my content to know that I don't sit there and scapegoat white people or white racism or any of that goofy shit. But I do emphasize our greats and what we're able to do. And so when it comes down to people being like, son, you're not really keeping it real about what the fuck it was like. It's like, son, I'm keeping it so real about what it was like that you will not understand that in the face of all of that is where you get these exceptional people. I try to tell them 100 years from now, Hove, Jay-Z. Now we watched Jay-Z. I was born in 89. I remember when Reasonable Doubt dropped as a kid, 6 years old. So from 96 to 2025, Hove became a billionaire. A billionaire. And I'm supposed to act like that can't be me. Or that can't be the black kids in the neighborhood and shit like that. I'm supposed to act like that's an anomaly. But then I also talk about all of the progress that Black Americans have made in my lifetime. And it's like, dog, you are the one denying. You deny more than I deny. I don't deny the racism. I don't deny the oppression. I don't deny the slavery. I don't deny the subjugation. Y'all deny the progress. Y'all are the ones who deny Black American advancement. Y'all do, not me. So we got a lot of shit to get to. So I'm going to try to reduce my rants, okay? Because there's a lot of shit going on in this website. I really do appreciate it. Shout out to slaverebellion.info. But you will get, this should be able to give y'all a real sense of what it means to be Black American today based upon the ways our ancestors behaved while in bondage, fighting for their liberty, fighting for their freedom. Okay? You'll get a better understanding of your ancestors when you realize that from day one of their subjugation, they fought tooth and nail against it. There's never been a time in Black American history where Black Americans just laid down and took it. Never. And y'all know I have an issue. I tell y'all, Black Americans went through a motherfucking portal in 1965. We went through a portal to where it's absolutely unrecognizable from every other era before 1965. I say that and I stand on that. Because Black Americans before 1965 actually cared and focused on Black people. Black Americans after 1965 have only been focused on white people, changing white hearts, ending racism, all this other stupid shit. I've seen it. I've done enough reading. Y'all, if you watched every episode, if you watched all 65 of the episodes thus far, you know enough to know that we went through a motherfucking portal in 1965. You know enough. If you watched every hour or every minute of all of my content from episode 1 of Hotep History Live to episode 65, you have enough primary sources, secondary sources, and your own fucking common sense to say, yo, we are completely different from the niggas from 1965. I mean, before 1965. Completely different. Straight up. So, here we go. Oh, for sure, like I said, she says, look how strategic the ancestors were on the previous one. Sammy says, my bad, I remember the wrong one. It was Memphis, Tennessee. Crystal says, we heard about the oppression and subjugation ad nauseum. And so, first of all, shout out to O for show. Shout out to Sammy. Shout out to Crystal. Shout out to Memphis. Shout out to Cliff. Shout out to my day ones. I want y'all to know how important y'all are. Y'all are amazing. Shout out to y'all. But y'all are absolutely right. Let's move on because we got a lot to get to. We got hundreds of years of history to go through in the next hour and a half. So let's not waste any time. So now we are at 1687, a plan to exterminate whites. Here we go. There was a large-scale plan for rebellion in the Northern Neck region of Virginia. Shout out to Virginia for being a real hub for revolts and rebellions. That good old Virginia spirit. You know what I'm saying? Virginia's supposed to be for lovers, but it seems like Virginia was for rebellion. Okay? This plan called for the extermination of whites, but the plan was discovered and the leaders arrested and executed. Afterwards, the council placed a ban upon public funerals for dead slaves, and the House of Burgesses passed stricter laws for the prevention of insurrections. Again, while you niggas can sit there, hold on, make sure y'all can fucking see me. While you niggas can sit there and blame white supremacy for all of your motherfucking issues, this is in 1687. Black men have been saying, no, massa, I want to protect you. I want to protect the status quo. The same thing with these Democrats and these Republicans today. You know, I look at them the same. The black liberals and the black conservatives is the same type of coon to me. You will rat out your own salvation. You will rat out your own liberation and report it to whatever, white faction that you think is should be ruling you. When it comes down to executions, when it comes down to like you being subject, you are in bondage. Put it to you this way. White Americans were had a tax put on them by Britain. Right? 3% tax. 3. Not even a lot. 3% tax. These motherfuckers went on to start a revolution based upon a 3% tax on tea, gang. Created America. Created the United States of America. Because these motherfuckers dared to put a 3% tax on them. The black man is a slave in this country. These motherfuckers got taxed 3%, subjugated by Britain, and were willing to shed blood based upon that subjugation. That subjugation. You telling me bondage for life is not a great enough cause to shed some blood over? You gonna tell me that motherfuckers is being extreme when you are treated as property and livestock? You goddamn right, I am going to plan to kill the motherfucker who has classified me as livestock. That's the issue. Him. I am a human fucking being. I'm a grown fucking man. You're calling me property? You calling me livestock? Are you fucking shitting me? If motherfuckers can create an entire country, if motherfuckers can create an entire nationwide revolution based upon a 3% tax on their income, surely motherfuckers have the right to revolt when their entire bodies is considered property of another motherfucker. Surely that those black men, those black women are justified in wanting to kill the motherfuckers who look at them as property. You created an entire country off of a 3% tax on your fucking labor. 3. Tax rates today in the 21st century would look like a miracle because now they taking 40% of our motherfucking checks. Like, I'm not sitting here saying that the taxes shouldn't have had bloody consequences. Let them have bloody consequences. But it ain't no motherfucking way you gonna have me in bondage and there's no bloody consequences for that. And that's why I fuck with my revolutionaries. That's why I don't throw my revolutionaries out with the fucking bathwater. I just try to get them off that commie shit. That's it. I just try to get them off that communist shit. But that revolutionary spirit, that I ain't going spirit, yeah, we need that alive and well for black Americans at all times. Let's get back to it. (1688). Let's see. Black convicted of promoting an insurrection. A Maryland slave, Sam, belonging to Richard Metcalf, was tried as the leader behind conspiracies aimed at rebellion. The only available details regarding this event are that he was convicted of having, quote, several times endeavored to promote a Negro insurrection in the colony. Shout out to Sam. Shout out to Sorry, y'all. Shout out to Sam in 1688 in Maryland. Not going. This entire episode, I should have had my production manager name this shit. We not going. I'm not going. That's what you're going to read all night. A bunch of black Americans, sometimes even some white Americans, because remember in the last story, the Africans and the Europeans linked up against their oppressor. But this episode is about showing you that your ancestors was never pussy. Ever. Ever. Let's get back to it. For this crime against the state. What did I tell y'all? This is coming from on high. This is coming from the government. For this crime against the state. Fuck the state. Fuck the government. That's what the OGs is saying. This crime against the state, he was severely beaten and forced to wear for life, quote, a strong iron collar affixed about his neck with the death penalty for its removal. They knew how powerful your ancestors were. So we're going to put some contraption on your fucking neck, and if you try to take it off, we're going to kill you. Torturing them. because they dare stand up against the fucking machine. Let's move on. 2 years later, 1690. Blacks and Native Americans planned rebellion. In 1690, Mr. Isaac Morrill of New Jersey came to Newbury, Massachusetts, and attempted to get the African and Indian slaves to flee to the French in Canada and then join the latter in an attack upon the English. One black, a slave of Mr. Moody, as well as another Jersey person, George Major, were implicated, but their fate is not known. 1690, we haven't even left the 17th century yet. And that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. This is not new. Your ancestors been not going. They've been the type of people that wasn't fucking around. This is the tone of the entire presentation. I'm letting y'all know. I'm hype. Let's go 1 year later. 1691. Large number of slaves ravaged plantations. A slave named Mingo, who had fled his master in Middlesex County, Virginia, gathered a large number of followers and ravaged plantations, particularly in Rappahannock County. These Negroes not only took cattle and hogs, but, quote, 2 guns, a carbine, and other things. What became of this incident of rebellion is not recorded. I wonder why. You see, Michael Harriet, let me talk to you. When the white people are really ashamed of some shit, they just stop. When they really don't want to document the L, they just stop. They just stop. And because it's in the 1690s and shit like that, and you fast forward 300 years later, it's 1991. 300 years later, it's 1991. You feel me? So if there is, mention of it before a particular time, cool. But you niggas just make shit up. Y'all just make shit up. There's a source for every last one of these tellings. You got MS Order Book, Middlesex County, 1680 to 1694. Page 526 to 527. You get sources when you have a discontinued story in history. It's not random niggas like Big Moses, Big Jacob the Silent. Bullshit like that. Anyway, let's move on. September 9th, 1702 in Charlestown. Quote, Captain William Davis and Captain Wilkinson informed the Commons House of Assembly of a Negro man of Mr. John Williamson, who is now in irons at his master's house for threatening that he with other Negroes will rise and cut off the inhabitants of the province. Of the province. Now, how many times have you heard of a nigga getting angry at somebody he knew he was plotting on and then blow the plot because he's angry? So, black man, he's owned by Mr. John Williamson, right? John is doing some fuck shit to him. And so this nigga's like, man, you don't even fucking know. We about to kill you whites. We about to kill all you motherfuckers. And John is like, what? Say that again? And when you get mad, yeah, we fucking planning on killing all you whites. The day is going to come when we kill all of you. John was like, well, thanks for the information, nigga. What? I'm about to put you in chains. You spilled the beans because you was angry. That's why I tell motherfuckers to stop beefing over the internet. Yeah, you niggas get to talking about all of the crazy shit that you would do to a nigga on the internet, and if something like that exactly happens, you're going to jail. See me? I ain't gonna say shit. And if something end up happening to you, nigga, I don't know nothing about it. Wink, fucking wink. But this nigga, he was mad. It's September. I don't know what the fuck he was doing, but he hopped out his body and said, and he spilled all of the beans. So now you in jail. Now you in the fucking, what's that shit? Where your head and your arms is locked into the wooden shit. What's that shit called? The stocks? Now you locked up. Because you done got so goddamn hot under the goddamn collar and shit about this white man. You spilled the beans. That was your fault. Okay? 1708, 6 years later. Slaves rebelled and killed 7 whites. Come on. A small group of slaves in Newton, Long Island. Shout out to Long Island. I ain't gonna sit here and act like, we niggas didn't get it popping, but I'm just saying this is the first time that slaves rebelled and whites actually died from it. Shout out to Long Island. Anyway, a small group of slaves in Newton, Long Island rebelled and killed 7 whites. 4 slaves, including an Indian and a woman, were executed, the men being hanged and the woman being burned. That was another thing. When it came down to the executions, I want y'all to know there's going to be a lot of death from of the ancestors in this. A lot got caught, a lot were tried, a lot were hanged, a lot were burned. But what I noticed was a lot of the men got hanged and a lot of the women got burned to death. I'm not mad at them. They took 7 with them. Fuck it. We at war. They gave up their life for the freedom of other people. If Elizabeth can sue for her freedom in Massachusetts and get it, there's going to be a radical side. And that's why I said, you see, the pragmatist, Elizabeth would be a pragmatist, gradualist, right? Because she's sitting there hearing these white men talk about, freedom, liberty, independence, blah, blah, blah. And she sues for her freedom, gets reparations, and then her case becomes case law, and other slaves are able to, use that case law, sue for their freedom, so on and so forth, which ends slavery in Massachusetts. And on the other end, you got slaves rebelled and killed 7 whites. Not going. But they all had the same goal, to end slavery. So whether I'm suing or I'm killing, we have the same goal. Period. Let's move on. Next year, 1709. Slave plan to rebel in Surrey, James City. Never heard of it. Let's go. A plan to rebel was discovered in early 1709 in Surrey, James City, in Isle of Wight counties. That's crazy. WIGHT counties. Virginia, involving Indian and black slaves. And this is the reason why when all of these Negro hauntesses, sit there and tell me about their native lineage, I don't sit there and just throw the baby out with the bathwater, because for centuries, Black Americans and Native Americans have been intermingling. They've been fighting against tyranny and all of the other shit. You've had Native Americans enslaving Black Americans and all of that shit that goes into that. And then you've also had Black Americans and Native Americans linking up against a common enemy. You got to give, nuance to all of this shit. Anyway, moving on. A special court of investigation was appointed by the governor. You see how these niggas you don't hear nothing about the fucking president? Keep in mind, you don't hear anything about the fucking president. You hear about the governor. You hear about the mayor. You hear about local politicians before anybody else. On March 24th, the court returned with the following results. Quote, the examination of several Negroes and Indian slaves concerned in a late dangerous conspiracy formed and carried on by great numbers of said Negroes and Indian slaves for making their escape by force from service of their masters, and for the destroying and cutting off such of her majesty's subjects as should oppose their design. These niggas are looking at Indians, Native Americans, and Black Americans as people who were designed for subjugation. designed for subjugation. There's no reason why you should be rebelling against something that you were made to do. They're looking at you no different than the fucking ox that they're using to plow the fields. You are no different than the horse that they ride to plow the fields. You're no different than the cows that they milk. You're livestock. That's it. You were designed for this. This is how they're looking at them. And your ancestors was like, fuck that. They were like, fuck that. Most were punished and released, but the ringleaders, including William Edwards Scipio, Joseph Hahn Jackman Salvador, and Tom Shaw, who belonged to Samuel Thompson, were held over for further orders. Peter, who also belonged to Samuel Thompson, remained at large, outlawed, and he and Scipio were the initial conspirators, while Salvador, quote, has been a great promoter and encourager of in persuading of them to ye probability of affecting their design and in promising of them in assistance therein. Okay? Their fate is not recorded. So anytime that you hear their fate is not recorded, it's safe to assume that they got away with it. They went free. The white man would have not hesitated to document the killing of these people. As you can see, we're hanging them and we're burning them at the stake. So killing them would not have been left out of the record. I don't want you to get your information from soft black people that will tell you white people had a modicum at this time, okay, of decorum and where, well, we're not going to let them know that we killed them. No. Fuck 100, 200, 300 years later, nigga, the contemporaries need to know we killed these motherfuckers. They would kill rebel slaves and put them in a fucking gibbet. A gibbet, which is a cage that's only the size of your body, and hang you after they've killed you in town square. They will hang your dead body until it decomposes completely into a skeleton, which takes years to do in the sun. Reeks of all high hell. To show you that we don't fuck around with rebels, that we don't fuck around with black people or our slaves who do not know their place. So trust and believe, white people are not shy about documenting them killing their opposition. So when you read their fate is not recorded, it's safe to assume that them niggas got away with it. That they got away with it. Because it ain't shit else they wanted to write about them. Because if they killed him, we hung him, we gibbeted him, we flayed him, we fucking burnt them at the stake. They gonna list it. They're gonna tell you what they did to him, but they didn't. So when I hear or when I read their fate is not recorded, it lets me know that that black man got the fuck away and they knew he got away. And they couldn't do shit about it. Let's move on. The conspiracy of the Negroes. Quote, the conspiracy of the Negroes in Surrey County and their accomplices for levying war in this Her Majesty's colony was for happily discovered when it was just upon the point of execution, that we might think it for the public good of the country to recommend to you the rewarding so signal a service. The person who gave the first information of the Negroes' designs and continued from time to time to make known their consultation was one Will, a Negro belonging to Robert Ruffin of Surrey County. Coons have always existed. I'll say it again. Coons have always existed. Period. They wanted to be around the white man because they, back then in colonial times, thought the white man's ice was colder. So they will rat out their fellow black Americans for their own gain. We're not even in 1710 yet. And this is what we're dealing with. We got colonial coons. Hashtag colonial coons. Let's move on. It's already 10:30. We partied, we joked, and all of this other shit. I want to get to some of these. Okay? Because Surrey County seems to pop up more than once. So a coon comes through, shakes, rats out on the whole shit. And though at his earnest desire his discovery was as carefully concealed as could be. Yet in a short time, he became for such suspected that several Negroes laid wait for his life. They wanted to kill that nigga. For that his master desiring he might be removed to a place of more safety, were accordingly caused him to be conveyed into the northern neck, where he has been and is still entertained, and since his master has lost the benefit of his labor, and that we have engaged, he shall not be paid. He shall be paid, He shall be paid. We not only propose that he may be satisfied for the fame, but that the Negro may have such a reward for the service he has done, as may encourage others to the like fidelity if ever any such occasion should again happen. This nigga was paid to sell out his own. He is a coon. That nigga cooned so hard that other black people wanted to kill him. And the white man had to relocate him like a witness protection program, okay? Because he had good information and they wanted to keep it. So they moved this nigga to a whole different state, a whole different county, like witness protection, because he's a rat. And he snitched. This nigga got money, he got paid. He got treated nicely by white people because he was willing to rat out his own. I want y'all to know the reason why I talked about this episode, or the reason why I brought up this episode, was not only to talk about the resilience of our ancestors, but to expose the coon for what they actually are. Not this modern day cooning that niggas is talking about. These black men are sacrificing other black men for their own agenda, for their own benefit. That's what a real coon is. Not what the fuck you don't like on the timeline, but niggas actually actively subverting and circumventing black America for their own gain. That is a coon. And I want you niggas to know that this has been happening since the fucking 16th century. Let's get back into it. 1710, slaves planned insurrections in Surrey County, Virginia. There was a plan for an insurrection in Surrey County, Virginia. A slave by the name of Will, who belonged to Robert Rufflin, betrayed the plan and was rewarded his freedom for loyalty to his master and emancipated. Now I ask you, if it was guaranteed that you was going to get your freedom, would you rat? That's what rats are dealing with today. That's what snitches are dealing with today. Motherfucker rat, snitch. Let motherfuckers, yeah, I was in on it. I ain't gonna lie. I was in on that shit. But fuck it, y'all caught me before they caught me, and I'm willing to rat. I'm willing to snitch. And especially if you give me my motherfucking freedom, I'm willing to rat on these niggas. Whatever you do with them is not my fault. If you hang them, if you burn them, if you enslave them even longer, whatever the fuck you do, I want my freedom. I want you niggas to know that when I say racial uniformity has never existed, I want you niggas to know that's a real thing. I studied the ancestors. You think I didn't know that there was niggas like Will? I've been reading this shit. I've been studying this shit for the greater part of a decade. I'm trying to tell y'all something. Y'all thought it was just about to be a feel-good story about all of the times black Americans revolted against the white man and slavery. Nah, nigga. We're going to learn about the motherfucking nuance. We're going to learn about strategy. We're going to learn not to include every last nigga in our plans. Remember when I told y'all that nigga was mad at me because I had white Hoteps in my circle? This nigga would have got found out by a black man who looked just like him because he didn't fucking have his antennas on. See, me, and I'm only speaking for who I know and what I know as far as myself, I am asking any nigga, and I'm not missaying ask, I'm asking, I'm killing any nigga that shows anything but a vigorous support of this rebellion. If you are not going out of your way to show me that you support this movement, I'm killing you myself. I'm not about to let you live. I'm not about to let you do none of that bullshit. I'm going to kill you. We'll deal with the backlash from killing you on the back end. But you are not going to be privy to some real shit that we got going on. And then you, being the weak motherfucker that you are, go tell somebody else. That's not going to happen. Let's keep it going. 1711, a slave named Sebastian terrorized whites. Let's talk about it. In South Carolina, there was a series of rebellious activities. According to the provincial legislature, the inhabitants were, quote, in great fear and terror by the activities of several Negroes who keep out armed and robbing and plundering houses and plantations. 1711, South Carolina. Your ancestors were not going. 1711. See, y'all don't even get taught about any of these eras. Y'all don't even get taught about any of these centuries. Y'all get taught 1865 to y'all get taught 1865, skip over everything in the between, and then go to 1965. You didn't get learned. Nobody in public school got told about 1711 and a nigga named Sebastian terrorizing a bunch of white people in South Carolina. You didn't. You did not. Anyway, back to what I was saying. This motherfucker is representative of black Americans during the 18th century who was not going, who had guns. Let's just read it again. Several Negroes who keep out, so that means they're out in the streets, they're not on some plantation, they are armed and robbing and plundering houses and plantations. This is 100 years before the Civil War. Before Union troops were raiding plantations, your ancestors were setting these motherfucking spots ablaze, plundering these plantations, plundering and robbing these houses. This is real life. 1711. These rebels were led by a slave named Sebastian, and their activities were not in check until finally tracked down and killed by an Indian hunter. Look at the Indian. Look at the Indian. Look at the Native American coming through impeding on black American progress while you niggas got feathers in your motherfucking handles. All you niggas that's quick to be like, oh, the Africans sold us and shit like that, cool. Fuck them too. But y'all got feathers in your handles. Y'all quick to tell me you a Native fucking American. Y'all quick to tell me you Indian, and you had Indians hunting your ass down. Fuck nigga. A refutation of the calumnies circulated against the southern and western states respecting the institution and existence of slavery among them, to which is added a minute in particular account of the actual state and conditions of their Negro population, together with historical notices of all insurrections that have taken place since the settlement of the country. That is a crazy long-ass title. Crystal says, I ain't gonna lie, that might be a tough one, but I would But I would have tried to be a double agent, make Master think I'm on his side, but set him up to get got so we can all get out of freedom. See, yeah, motherfuckers don't really know what it's really like until they in there. Until they really in there. It's real good to pontificate and speculate on what the fuck you would or wouldn't do. But it's like, yo, think about really if you're gonna have that experiment. Because Crystal is being truthful here. You would want to be able to play both sides. You would want to be able to, fool a particular person and shit like that. And there's many people. This is the reason why I say house niggas get a bad rap. Shout out to Malcolm X, but I think house niggas get a bad rap. I do. Because you got so much intel. The relationship between house niggas and field niggas wasn't the way Malcolm X described it. Some of them, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But overall, no. House niggas were an aid to field niggas. They helped them. They let motherfuckers know when the slave owner was sick. They let motherfuckers know when that motherfucker was going out of town. They helped. Now, did you have some house niggas that was on some house nigga shit? You know what I'm saying? The way it's used colloquially? Absolutely. They felt better than the field niggas and all of that other shit, but I'm light-skinned. Keeping it gangster. I promise you, if this nigga let me in the crib, I'm about to do wicked shit in that motherfucking house, nigga. We getting cyanide in the applesauce, nigga. Okay? We stabbing niggas in their sleep. So while you trusting me because I'm lighter skinned, you know what I'm saying? I'm in the fucking crib wilding, nigga. And I'm telling you, there's plenty of stories of house niggas and field niggas working together to overthrow these motherfucking cribs. But let's get to it. 1712. Enslaved Africans rebelled in New York City. Let's talk about it. Early in April in New York City, about 25 or 30 slaves, including 2 indigenous Americans, Koromanti, Asante, and Paw, Nagos, Nigerians, set fire to building and, armed with a few guns, clubs, and knives, waited for the whites to approach. Several did and were attacked by the slaves, who killed about 9 men and seriously wounded 6 others. They were at war. Before the Revolutionary War, before America fought against Britain for their independence, your ancestors was fighting for theirs against Americans. Straight up. Let's move on. The Africans were joined by some Spanish and some mestizos who had been captured at sea. It was reported by a contemporary witness that it was reported by a contemporary witness that according to an African custom, they sucked the blood out of each other's hands as a pledge of absolute secrecy. Their gunfire attracted the attention of Governor Hunter, another governor coming up, who ordered a cannon to be fired and sent soldiers from 21 enslaved Africans, who sent soldiers from 21 enslaved Africans were executed. 6, including a pregnant woman, was pardoned. Quote, some were burnt, others hanged. 1 broke on the wheel, and 1 hung alive in chains in the town. In summary, of those convicted, 1 was broken on the wheel, another hanged alive in chains, 19 more were executed on the gallows or at the stake, 1 being, quote, burned with a slow fire that he may continue in torment for 8 or 10 hours and continue burning in said fire until he is dead and consumed to ashes. That was the price for you fighting for your fucking freedom. A random cracker setting you ablaze for 10 hours. Slow roasting your ass. You are alive. You are alive. They're slow roasting you because you dared to want your freedom and fought for it. Killed for it. This is what was at stake, y'all. Let's keep going. Negroes formed revolt to destroy all English. Jesus. Quote, A considerable number of Negroes of the Carmanti and Papa nations formed a revolt to destroy all the English in order to obtain their liberty. The Negroes set fire to a house in York City, South Carolina, and shot and stabbed the whites as they ran out. The rebels were scattered by the British, who killed 8 and wounded 12. This was a letter, primary source, from Reverend Francis Lejeune, dated January 22nd, 1774, in Edgar L. Pennington. The Reverend Francis, this is his publication, the Reverend Francis Lejeune's work among Indians and Negro slaves. The Journal of Southern History, page 458. Primary and very close secondary sources. I ain't got to lie on the ancestors. You know that. Y'all know how I give it up. Y'all know how I give it up. We still in the 18th century. We have not even gotten to the 1800s yet. 1713, African slaves rebelled in South Carolina. It's clear to me that South Carolina was one of the worst states you can be a slave in. I've already known that. I told you, top 3 worst states to be a slave in: Mississippi, South Carolina, and Georgia. Georgia being top 3 is because they compensated for the fact that they didn't have slavery for a while. But they saw their neighbor, South Carolina, getting to it, making all of this motherfucking money. You got to remember, in the colonies, everybody's separate. You might as well have been in your own country in South Carolina. You don't give a fuck about Georgia. You don't give a fuck about, Virginia. You're a South Carolinian. You care about South Carolina. The reason why it was called the United States is because it wasn't united before then. This is the reason why foreigners be like, oh, you guys don't have a passport, you guys don't travel, and all this other stupid shit. Like, nigga, Europe is this fucking big. We can fit all of Europe inside of Texas. Fuck you niggas. Y'all have no idea to have vast amounts of land between you and another state of your same country or the same continent that you are on. You have no idea. Because Paris and fucking England and fucking Germany and all these other fucking states is clustered in one motherfucking continent. There are niggas who have lived their entire lives in Florida and never even knows what the fuck New York looks like in real life. They done traveled all throughout Florida and Alabama and Georgia and South Carolina, all these different states. Thousands of miles. Never seen New York. There are New Yorkers right now in Brooklyn and all of the other 5 boroughs and shit like that who have never seen the middle of Texas before and more than likely will never see it. Lived 80 years, 90 years and never have seen the south of their own fucking country. So when you're talking about in the 1700s, South Carolina might as well be its own fucking country. I don't give a fuck about leaving this shit. This is my state. This is my colony. This is where the fuck I'm from. Straight up and down. So if motherfuckers is getting busy like this in South Carolina, that lets me know that slavery in South Carolina was especially bad. Period. But let's keep going. 1720. Oh, wait. We ain't finished. Among the principal leaders were recently imported Africans from Martinique. An entry in the House Journal of the colony dated May 11th, 1715, provides the only evidence concerning this incident. Quote, the House being informed by Captain David Davis, lazy name, that a Negro man of his had been and was the chief instrument in discovering a dangerous plot and conspiracy designed among the Negroes in Goose Creek quarters about 2 years ago, for which he promised a reward. That's another thing. Revolts were not overnight. It took months, sometimes years, to make sure that you had a solid plan and you had solid execution. You didn't just get mad one day and do shit as far as a mass revolt or rebellion. Now, if you wanted to kill somebody in that moment, that's your own shit. But if you wanted to actually, revolt against tyranny, yeah, it's going to take you some months, some years to plan this shit properly. Now we in 1720. Slaves rise attacking whites in homes and on streets. On the fucking street. There we go. Enslaved Africans of Charleston, South Carolina coming up again, rose up against their masters and attacked the white people in their homes and on the streets. The rebels were organized and killed a man named Benjamin Cattle, a white woman, and a Negro boy. I don't know if that was on purpose or accident, right? But it is what it is. A force was raised, and they were pursued, and 23 of them were captured, 6 convicted, 3 executed, and 3 escaped. I like those odds. I'm taking that chance every time. Let's keep it going. Slaves plan to kill whites and take over city. Come on. I'm willing to bet it's in South Carolina. A serious plot was discovered in South Carolina in 1720. I'm trying to tell y'all something. Being a slave in South Carolina and Mississippi was a motherfucker. Those were the 2 worst states to be a slave in. South Carolina and Mississippi. You feel me? It was smoke. A contemporary account of this conspiracy reads, quote, I am now to acquaint you that very lately we have had a very wicked and barbarous plots of the design of the Negroes rising with a design to destroy all the white people in the country and then to take the town. In full body, but it pleased God, it was discovered, and many of them taken prisoners, and some burnt, some hanged, and some banished. I want you motherfuckers to know some shit. That when it comes down to these fucking Black American slave revolts, you have to understand these niggas knew what was at stake. They knew. And another thing that y'all have to understand is that these white people were shaking in their motherfucking boots. See, y'all don't like to add practicality and pragmatism, not y'all in the chat. But a lot of people don't like to add practicality and pragmatism when it comes down to this shit. If you had slaves who roamed free on your fucking property, you wouldn't be worried about them galvanizing, coming together, and killing you? I would be paranoid every day if I had slaves. There will never be a day of confidence and all of this other shit. It's one of me. And I got, on average, 6 to 9 slaves. 6 to 9. And I'm supposed to be comfortable? Even if they get caught by the law, get hanged, get burned, if they kill me, I cease to exist. And there's 9 of them on average. That's not talking about the plantations that had dozens and hundreds of slaves on them. I would be paranoid all of the fucking time. And that's exactly what's happening here. Y'all thought that a bunch of Black Americans were a bunch of feeble-minded, second-class citizens and that didn't move nothing. You look at your ancestors as the same way as these white people wanted you to view them, but people on the ground back then were shitting in their pants at the thought of your ancestors raising their motherfucking arms or raising their motherfucking bodies against them. They were always afraid. Always. Yes, we get this free slave labor, for sure. But we understand that this slave can kill me in my sleep. I let them in my house. They fix my food. They shave my neck. At any given point, if I'm shaving the neck of somebody, in 2025, when I go to the barbershop and I want the straight razor, my barber has the ability to slit my motherfucking throat, slit my throat open, and even if he goes to jail for life, I'm dead. I'm dead. Now imagine if I beat him daily. Imagine if I abused him and his wife daily. Imagine if I made him work for no money, low pay, no pay. And I'm still sitting in his seat every week for him to shave my neck. I would be paranoid. I would be terrified. Knowing what I did to him and knowing that I'm putting my entire life in his hands just to shave. Just to shave. Why do you think these things are not thought about back then, but you think about it today? You think you are that much smarter than the ancestors? Really? Like, come on, son. Let's move on. 1722. 200 armed slaves planned to kill whites. In October, 200 armed enslaved Africans near the mouth of the Rappahannock River, Virginia, got together in a large organized group with the intentions of murdering the white people as they left church, but were discovered and fled. This episode is for all you niggas that swore or swear up and down that our ancestors were a bunch of punk bitches under the thumb of white people, white supremacy, white oppression, etc., etc. They were doing the same shit that you would have done under the circumstances. We got niggas right now killing each other at 13,000 a clip a year. You don't think that energy, if you put it in the 18th century context, that they wouldn't have killed people that were enslaving them? You think you that fucking special? You think you that much better than the ancestors, nigga? No, 200 niggas plan to kill a bunch of crackers, and then more than likely a coon, okay? More than likely a coon snitched, and now we gotta flee and we gotta fucking, revamp our move. Let's keep fucking going. Slaves plan to kill and destroy whites in colonial Virginia. So we got Virginia, South Carolina, Mississippi. That's what I'm seeing most of on this site so far. In colonial Virginia, a planned slave revolt which covered 3 counties was discovered. The leaders were Cooper Will, slave of Gabrielle Throckmorton, Jesus, and 2 Sams, one the property of Elizabeth Burwell, the other of Elizabeth Richardson. It's a lot of overlapping of names. You got 2 Sams, 2 Elizabeths, Jesus, okay, were found guilty of, quote, unlawfully assembling, meeting, and congregating themselves with other slave and communicating, contriving, and conspiring among themselves and with the said other slaves to kill, murder, and destroy very many of the king's subjects. They were sentenced to 3 years confinement. So while you got all these goofballs that sit there and try to paint this broad brush when it comes down to the ancestors, niggas was literally doing time. Yo, what you in for? I tried to kill some crackers. I tried to kill my owner. I wasn't going. See, motherfuckers will look at Luigi, right, killing that CEO and be like, oh yeah, rah, 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 all of that, get behind them and shit, because they think killing the CEO is about to change, the CEO of a multinational, multi-billion-dollar company and shit by killing a CEO like that nigga's the founder. What you're going to do is just replace him with another CEO like they did. But your ancestors was going balls to the wall, killing motherfuckers who were directly responsible for this subjugation and then galvanizing people for that same cause. Let's move on. 1723, slaves planned to burn town and escape to freedom. Slaves of Middlesex and Gloucester counties, Virginia, were discovered in the spring in a plot in 1723 to burn down the town in order to gain their freedom. By a resolution of the House of Burgesses adopted May 17, 1723, 7 of the Negroes were sentenced to sale and transportation out of the colony. We don't need that type of energy here. Your ancestors wanted to burn down entire towns based upon their subjugation. Because they were actually being subjugated. They were burning down their enemy shit. Let's keep it going. 1728, slaves planned to destroy whites in the city. A large number of slaves rose against their masters in Savannah, Georgia. What did I say? Top 3. The enslaved Africans planned to destroy all of the whites in the city. The rebellion failed because of disagreements about the methods for achieving freedom. This disunity caused confusion and indecision, and when fired upon, they dispersed. I want these to be lessons for y'all. They lost in 1728 because of fucking disagreements. And so, y'all motherfuckers are so worried about infighting and all this other shit, the enemy gets to come through, fire a couple shots, and now you scattering. No strategy, no nothing. Let's keep it going. Next year, 1729, runaway slaves fight against whites. A large number of Virginia slaves ran off in the Blue Ridge Mountains and took with them guns, ammunitions, and agricultural tools. Agricultural tools. So we got the tools to defend ourselves and the tools to sustain ourselves. Their settlement was attacked by a large group of whites, and after a pitched battle, the remaining blacks were returned to slavery. So we took the L on that one. I'm cool with that. History is history. We took the L on that. But I know they fought. Here we go. Slave resort suppressed in New Orleans. I wonder how they got suppressed. Another uprising took place in the New Orleans area, causing great alarm to the local population until the revolt was suppressed. 2 leaders of the revolt were hanged. All right. 1730, slaves executed for insurrection. An intended insurrection was discovered in Virginia, South Carolina. I love how they say it like Virginia is a city in South Carolina. The ringleaders were brought to trial and executed. Not mad at it. I'm not mad. Yo, I promise you, I still have so much respect for the ancestors who attempted, planned, did what they could, fought, lost, and died. I respect them because they stood for something. What we're dealing with here is all of the radicals. Because you got to remember, there are free black Americans in 1730. There's free black Americans throughout this whole time. But they were all fighting for the same thing, which is the freedom of black Americans. You will die. Nobody, there's absolutely no way I can promise that everybody's going to survive. It's not happening. It's not happening. What Malcolm X said, the price of freedom is your life. That's just what it is. So let's keep going. Slaves planned to kill master and escape to freedom. In Williamsburg, Virginia, there were plans for an uprising by enslaved Africans. Rumors had circulated among the slaves that Colonel Spotswood had orders from the king to free all baptized persons on his arrival. The plan of the rebellion was to have each black person kill his master during the night, and once completed, they would all gather for a victory celebration in town. The plan was discovered and the leaders executed. Listen, man, your ancestors were not a bunch of docile, soft-ass, bitch-made ass niggas. They were not. Some of them were. The ones who would rat and try to circumvent rebellion for their own freedom. That self-serving shit. But by and large, as you can see, the ancestors were not fucking going. Let's keep going. Samba executed for planning a slave revolt. In New Orleans, a slave named Samba was arrested for planning a slave revolt. Samba had in his own country been at the head of a revolt by which the French lost Fort Arguin. He was condemned to slavery in America. Samba, on his way to America, had laid a plan to kill the crew and take over the ship. Being discovered, he was put in irons and landed in Louisiana. Samba and 7 other men were, quote, broke alive on the wheel, and 1 slave woman was hanged. This is what I'm saying. Samba hated these niggas from the dribble his whole life. The only reason I'm even becoming a slave, or I'm a slave now, going to America, is because I was revolting in my homeland. Straight up. Slaves rebelled. Williamsburg. In August, an insurrection of blacks occurred in Williamsburg, Virginia. 5 counties were in arms, pursuing them with orders to kill if they did not surrender. Armed blacks planned to destroy whites. In August, slaves in South Carolina planned to destroy all the whites. This plan was discovered in St. John's Parish by a servant of Major Cords, another coon. White or black, another coon. You are a servant. You are a servant. What the fuck are you doing? The purpose of the revolt was to begin a widespread war against the planters starting in Charleston. I want y'all to see South Carolina the way I see it. This is a hub of Black American resistance. South Carolina, more than any other state, shout out to shout out to Virginia, shout out to Mississippi, shout out to the other states and shit like that. But South Carolina was the central hub because every year there's some nigga in South Carolina like, yeah, we got to kill these motherfuckers. Every year. There's a black man in South Carolina being like, yo, we got to get the fuck out of this shit. How do we do it? But likewise in South Carolina, they got the best black. This is what it is. If your city got the best black Americans, that means you got the best coons. If you got the most highest achieving black Americans, that means you got the most highest achieving coons in their coonery. Because as you can see, South Carolina has all of these revolutionary black Americans. You got all of these black Americans who are willing to kill and die for their freedom. And then at the same time, at the same clip, you got equal amounts of coons that's being like, yo, we're going to tell the slave owner about all of this shit. We're going to tell Major this and Bishop this and Master this. The fuck is wrong with you, nigga? That's why I try to tell you niggas that racial uniformity does not fucking exist. As a matter of fact, the more pro-black your group will become, that means inherently, damn near, that there's going to be a coon popping up somewhere. They see you popping. They see you doing all of this great shit amongst your people, and here come the coon. Here come the sellout. Ready to throw you into the fucking fire. Ready to throw you under the bus. Ready. He don't want to do nothing else but circumvent your shit. Because he know when he circumvents your shit, good job. Good job. You did good. He knows that's coming next. Might get his freedom, might get a little bit of money, might get a crib. But good job. You stopped it. Y'all be talking about the Steven and Django meme all wrong. All wrong. Let's keep it going. The purpose of the revolt was to begin a widespread war against the planters in Charleston, using the pretense of conducting a dancing bout in the city. And in St. Paul's Parish, the enslaved Africans gathered together to seize the available arms and to begin the attack. At the moment of the attack, at the moment of attack, the militia arrived, killing a large number of the insurgents, with some able to make their escape. Um, 200 slaves assembled near the mouth of the Rappahannock River to kill the white people in a church. But when the plot was discovered, they fled. That's the only thing that I would disagree with when it comes down to the revolutionaries here. Fuck it. They already know. They already know you about to do it. You might as well, fuck it. Take somebody with you. Let's keep it going. 1732, runaway blacks attack whites. Quote, on reading a letter from Captain Charles Russell to the Honorable Thomas Broughton, Esquire, relating to several runaway Negroes who are near the congeries and have robbed several of the inhabitants thereabout. So they robbing shit. Give me your shit. Give me your shit. Niggas ain't tough today. Motherfuckers ain't tough today. You run up on a motherfucker, you know he's soft. Give me your shit. You can get his shit. You talking about white people who never lifted a finger in their fucking lives. They had slave labor. They had slave labor to take care of them. Give me your fucking gun before I fucking kill you. That's what they was talking like. Governor offers a reward of 20 pounds a head, alive, and 10 pounds dead for each of these rebels, which was done. A woman hanged and 4 broken on the wheel. Enslaved Africans in French Louisiana, okay, acting with Indian allies after the French defeated the Natchez Indians. A slave woman was hanged and 4 men broken on the wheel. Their heads were then stuck on poles at the upper and lower ends of New Orleans. So y'all know on Game of Thrones, when they had all of those heads on spikes to show other motherfuckers to not betray the crown or betray the whatever the fuck. These crackers was doing that to your ancestors' heads. As an example. As an example. Next up. 1737, blacks arrested for conspiracy. In colonial Virginia, 3 enslaved Africans were arrested early in 1737 as the leaders of a conspiracy against the peace of this government. But the final outcome is not on record. I want to make something very fucking clear. This is a mechanism of the government. The government. The government, not just a bunch of random white people, the government. I told y'all. Up until a certain part of the 18th century, Georgia didn't even have slaves. They didn't even have slaves. The government said no slaves. But in all these other southern states, the government said yay slavery, yes slavery. The government has always been the source of your motherfucking problems. And y'all keep trusting them. This is why I say that the ancestors were inherently anti-government. Look at the material. Look at the shit that they are saying and doing. Do your ancestors sound like a bunch of pro-government Negroes in the context? We've been reading since 1526. It is now 1738. In over 100 years, over 200 years, we have yet to see the black man or the black woman caping for the government. As a matter of fact, your ancestors in colonial Virginia were arrested for, quote, conspiracy against the peace of this government. The government. When I tell you that black Americans are the most patriotic, hold on, I'm not fucking playing with y'all. When I tell y'all that black Americans are the most patriotic people on the face of America's fucking soil in all of American history, I mean it. Limited government. your own sovereignty, liberty, independence, freedom, all of that shit was your fucking ancestors. Black American ancestors. Period. They were anti-government from the dribble. Because they knew that all of this shit is coming from on high. So they revolted against it. They revolted against their subjugation. And they took it to the government. They took it to the people who are actually participating in their subjugation. They didn't fucking burn down their own shit. They didn't fucking attack random white people. They attacked the enslaving white people and the government that allowed them to enslave them. That's it. If you wasn't a part of that shit, you're not a part of this beef. And this is in 1737. Hundreds of years ago. Your ancestors knew exactly what the fuck the issue was and what exactly the solution was. Now here we are in 2025, motherfuckers don't know what the fuck is up. Niggas don't know their asshole from a fucking hole in the ground. Oh, this motherfucker gave me microaggressions at the workplace. Shut up, bitch. Your ancestors was plotting on killing entire towns off of the strength of this shit. The fuck is you niggas talking about? Let's get back to it. We about to end this shit. All right. 1738. Numerous whites killed in Georgia by slaves. Numerous whites were killed in Georgia by enslaved Africans making their way from South Carolina to St. Augustine, Florida. Fucking around and finding out. Fucking around and finding out. Enslaved Africans escaped jail and waged war. Come on. Several enslaved Africans broke out of a jail in PG County. Shout out to PG County, Maryland. Okay? Joined other enslaved Africans and proceeded to wage a small-scale guerrilla war. The council of the colony asked the magistrates to instruct the sheriff to put down the revolt. Please. Let's go. Maybe y'all heard of this one. 1739, the Stono Slave Rebellion. September 9th, a large number of Angolans, about 86, under the leadership of a slave named Jemmy or Tommy, sacked and burned the armory. Afterwards, they began to march to the beat of drums to a Spanish fort in St. Augustine, Florida, which contained a runaway slave community. They attacked and burnt several plantations along the way, killing between 20 and 30 whites. The Angolans stopped in a field next to the Stono River to dance the Angolan victory dance and sing when they were overtaken by the white militia and cut down and defeated in a long-pitched battle. A long-pitched battle. Now, of course, we can read that in 2025 and say, y'all niggas shouldn't have fucking danced. That sound like when the motherfuckers get to celebrating right at the end of the race and the motherfucker come through and speed past them and cross the checkered line. The fuck you dancing for, nigga? You still at war. And because you fucking dance, now you being overtaken by a white militia. Now your head is off the swivel. Let's go. Let's keep it going. We rocking till 11:30. Slaves planned to capture Towns Magazine. Come on. In Annapolis, in Anne Arundel County on January 30th, 1739, 200 slaves were directly implicated. The leader was, quote, a clever, sensible fellow between 40 and 50 years old. He planned to capture the Towns Magazine in the capital and establish their own government. And establish their own government. And establish their own fucking government. Come on. This is what your ancestors was doing in 1739. Should they be overwhelmed, they intended to, quote, settle back in the woods. On Sunday, at the appointed time for the revolt, a terrific storm postponed the revolt for 2 weeks. A slave belonging to Mr. Brooks betrayed the plot. How many times we got to say it when it comes to these fucking coons? You can't get rid of them. You got to just watch out for them. If I'm telling y'all that racism is not going nowhere, you don't think coonism isn't? You think coonism is leaving? You got to worry about the racist and the coonist. Both of them have your worst interests at heart. And immediate measures of repression were taken as the leaders were executed. We didn't even get to the 1800s. We didn't even get to the 19th century. Slave revolt discovered in PG County, Prince George County, Maryland. Let's go. In 1739, there was a, quote, wicked and dangerous conspiracy started by the enslaved Africans. This slave revolt was discovered in Prince George County. The plan was to kill all the whites and take over the state. Look at the ambitions of your ancestors. Now, obviously, we don't need to kill all whites in 2025. That's insane. But back then, how did you know who's your ally or not? Okay? The plan was discovered and the leaders of the revolt were tried, convicted, and executed. Yes, PG County, Maryland. Yes, PG County, Maryland. The same PG County of today. 1740. Slave revolt discovered a day before action. A planned slave revolt involving at least 200 enslaved Africans in and around Charleston, South Carolina, was discovered before the day of action. On the appointed date set for the revolt, 150 blacks had gathered, but while yet unarmed, they were surprised and attacked by the whites. 50 were captured and hanged, 10 a day. Following this event, the terrific fire swept the city, causing over 1 million pounds of damage. The direct cause was not known, but the city's blacks were suspected. Slave burnt to death for arson. A terrific fire devastated Charleston, South Carolina, destroying hundreds of buildings. Hundreds of buildings. Do you know? Can you even fathom destroying hundreds of buildings? Can you fathom destroying 200 buildings? Several more fires, okay? Several more fires brought out and were attributed to slaves. A woman was condemned to die for the crime of arson in July. A man was burnt to death in August as punishment for setting fire to a house with the, quote, evil intent of burning down the remaining part of the town. And 2 were charged with setting fire. Slaves accused of poisoning water supply. I read about this one. Slaves in New York City were accused of conspiring to kill their masters by poisoning the water supply. Like, I cannot stress it enough. Your ancestors were not what? Pussy. They were willing to poison the entire water supply to get free. And you niggas want to tell me what's not possible in 2025. You niggas want to tell me how big and bad white supremacy is. You niggas make me sick. You niggas will sit there and act like the ancestors didn't do this type of shit in the face of being enslaved. You niggas got iPhones and Wi-Fi telling me what the fuck you can't do. We don't even have to be as extreme as these niggas. You think we got to poison a water supply? They already doing that. They already fucking up our tap water. Your ancestors were willing to do any and everything for their own fucking freedom. And that was simply based upon the fucking principles that they stood on. You tell me you can't put money in a black bank? You tell me you can't fucking focus on black American businesses? You tell me that you can't do this and you can't do that? You can't do this and you can't do that shit, but your ancestors were willing to poison an entire water supply of the biggest city in our fucking history. In our country, they were willing to poison the entire water supply for their fucking freedom, and you telling me what you can't do in 2025. Don't talk to me. As a matter of fact, here's the shit. Clip this shit up. I'm gonna try to calm down. But you niggas are not allowed to be pro-black if you don't know the ancestors. If you don't study the ancestors, you have no right to call yourself pro-black. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. You are absolutely out of your depth if you think that you can consider yourself pro-black and not know about any of this shit. Period. I'm pro-black, nigga. You niggas is just black. That's it. I'm pro-black, you just black. Fuck, nigga. Straight up and down. If you talk to a black American and they tell you in response to you saying some fly shit like this, oh, they just gonna burn it down anyway. We can't do that. We not organized. We can't this and we can't that. Nigga, you're black. You ain't pro-black. You just black. I'm really pro-black, nigga. You niggas is black. That's it. Shame to call you niggas that shit. Shame to call you niggas that shit. But I ain't gonna take your race away from you. I ain't gonna take your ethnicity away from you. But that pro shit that you put in front of it, that prefix that you put in front of it, nah, nigga, you're dead. You're done. You're not pro-black. You're just black, nigga. That's it. Niggas is quick to tell me what the fuck we can't do in 2025. Motherfuckers is building apps. Yo, there's an entire automated city in Japan, nigga. You niggas is not pro-black. You barely black, but I'll give you that. You still black. But you're not pro-black. Period. You are honestly in the same league as the niggas who betrayed the slave revolts. You ain't no different than them niggas. You would sell out your own. Hell yeah. Look at the snitches. These are supposed to be the street niggas. And the minute they can get a leg up in a system that they supposedly are against, been criminals their whole lives, but now you want to work with the DA. Now you want to work with the prosecutors. Now you want to work with the judge. Now you want to work for law enforcement. The same entities that was terrorizing your communities, now you hand in hand with them. You niggas is not like that. You niggas, if you don't study the ancestors, can never tell me you pro-black. That's it. I'm done. I'm done with you niggas. We're not reading the rest of this website. I'm going to put it in the description. I'm going to rant for a few more fucking minutes and I'm about to finish my night because you niggas really got me hot. Not going to hold you. Because I'm reading instance after instance since 1526 where your ancestors left a fucking blueprint and you niggas listened to a bunch of white motherfuckers about how your ancestors lived and then internalized it and then started to exude that shit against your fellow man. Against your fellow black men. Oh, we can't do that. All they gonna do is burn it down. All they gonna do is stop it. All they gonna do is arrest us. Fuck, nigga, that's the point. We at war, fuck, nigga. Niggas want all of the fucking creature comforts of being in America today, which is cool. But you will sacrifice your own, nigga, to feel it. Nah. I want to ask you niggas, you so-called pro-black niggas, right? Who beg white people and suck white dick all day. What if 100% by law, 100% of white people could not fuck with you, would not fuck with you? What the fuck would you do then? If Harvard, if MIT, if all of these other white institutions said, fuck out of here, no Negroes need to apply, what would you do then? Because niggas like me would still thrive. I know a black farmer, fuck nigga. I know a black gunsmith. I know a black lawyer. I know a black doctor. I know a black everything that I need. A black man or a black woman who will provide those goods and services for me. Because I look like them. Who do you know? Fuck nigga. You eat DoorDash every day. Fuck nigga. You on Twitter every day. Fuck nigga. You rely on everything white to sustain yourself. Fuck nigga. Who do you know? What black man or woman who produces things that you know that you can tap into? Zero. How the fuck can you tell me you pro-black? You don't know nobody. You don't fuck with nothing. You've been begging white people to give you handouts your whole fucking life. Who do you know? You don't know nobody that grow their own food. But you talking that revolutionary shit. You niggas is frauds. So like I said, if you don't study the ancestors, if you're not self-sufficient in any other way, you are not pro-black. You just black. Period. And I'm so glad that I put this fucking camera shit in the middle so I'm not in the fucking corner so y'all can't see me. I want you niggas to see me. Clip this up. Y'all not like that. Y'all never been like that. Y'all beg white people for everything that you fucking got. You're a disgrace to the ancestors. Fuck ass niggas be talking about, oh, we ain't our ancestors. Exactly the reason why we the fucking place we in now. Fucking with you niggas. Thinking that white man ice is cold. And you the one who, your ancestors the ones who made the ice. Fuck nigga. Ain't that the fucked up, that's the most fucked up part about it. For all you niggas to walk around thinking that the white man's ice is colder, you don't know the black man made that cracker's ice. That cracker is propped up off of your ancestors' work. But you sitting there glorifying and idolizing this nigga. And he only gets to be in the positions that he's in based upon your ancestors' labor, nigga. But you pro-black. Tripping over yourself to go to Harvard. And I ain't mad at Harvard. I ain't mad at Harvard. I ain't mad at all of those white institutions. Fuck it. But you niggas trip over yourselves to go to these white institutions to be accepted by these fucking people. While your HBCUs fucking flounder. Well, I just got to look out for me, Hotep. What you mean? My daughter, she 22 years old. She 19 years old. She 18 years old. She want to go to the best school. Nigga, then I don't want to hear nothing about you being pro-black. Y'all don't produce shit. Y'all consume everything and don't produce a motherfucking thing. Fuck is you niggas talking about, son? I know real black farmers right now. Dirty overall wearing niggas right now. If shit hit the fan, I'm gone. I'm on somebody's field. I got 40 acres in Wilmington, North Carolina. If shit hit the fan, I'm gone. Telling y'all niggas, son. Sammy said, we should have anticipated this one was going to get heated. Yeah, because I'm tight, son. I'm tight reading all these motherfucking slave insurrection motherfuckers putting belt to ass for 300 years straight. And they got you thinking that your ancestors got mowed over by white people for 300 years. Oh, 400-year head start. And white people was able to do this. And white supremacy. All of that other shit. Sucking dick. Shut up. I said something about DoorDash. My fault. My fault. But I'm sick of these niggas, y'all. I'm sick of these niggas. They talk that shit. Don't live that shit. Fuck is you niggas talking about? Y'all don't even know how it feel to grow your own food. That shit is amazing. I'll never forget the first time I bit into a strawberry that I grew my motherfucking self, nigga. This shit felt like a vitamin moving through my body, nigga. It literally, you can feel the fucking nutrients inside of this produce when you eat it. I put a little bit of water over that bitch. That's it. Put a little bit of water from my sink over that bitch and threw that shit back. That shit tasted like no other strawberry I ever tasted in my motherfucking life. My blueberries tasted amazing. My kale tasted amazing. Grow your own food. I don't give a fuck where you start, nigga. I was in the trenches of North Philly growing my own food. I wasn't in the rural parts of Pennsylvania. I wasn't down south somewhere. I was in North Philly, nigga. Broad and Erie. Ask any Philly nigga about Broad and Erie. They'll tell you. Oh, that nigga was really out, like he was in the trenches. I was in the trenches growing my own food. The shit was delicious. Grow your own kale, my nigga. I was growing my own broccoli. Yo, I grew up watching roly-polies my whole life. The little roly-polies, the shit that boil up into a little ball, the shit, that little gray shits. Nigga, I'm outside one night. I probably got the footage somewhere still. I'm outside one night, and they're eating all of the dead leaves from my broccoli plant. They my garbage men, my sanitation workers. I go out there, when I had my garden all throughout the summer, I would just go out there, smoke my spliff, and watch the roly-polies eat the dead leaves around my broccoli. Yo, them strawberries that I told y'all about, I watched an ant colony from under my raised bed, go up my raised bed, bring dirt with them, create a pyramid of dirt right under a strawberry plant, climb up the pyramid of dirt, take chunks of the strawberry and bring it back down the pyramid and down the entire wall of my raised bed and under the raised bed to bring it back to their colony. I couldn't be mad. I let them have it. You can have that one. Because the way that y'all using y'all ingenuity as ants to get just this one strawberry, y'all earned that. And the only reason why I didn't fucking, pick it off my plant and just give it to them, I didn't want to fuck up their flow. I'm becoming one with nature in the middle of North Philly trenches. And y'all niggas is telling me what the fuck we can't do. I'm getting connected with black ants in the hood, smoking a spliff in my backyard. And you gonna tell me what the fuck we can't do? Man. Let me put some fucking music on. You niggas got me hot. Niggas got me hot, gang. These niggas got me hot. You niggas is not pro-black. You just black. That's it. Fuck is these niggas talking about, son? Oh my God. Oh, yeah, man. I don't apologize for that shit. What did I say about DoorDash?
Hey guys, it's Will here. I edit these.
I don't remember what I said about DoorDash. Yeah. My fault, man. I'm just sick of it. Hold on, where is it at? Right here. This is my shit, man.
How you feel? Good. Look here. Well, this is great.
It's pouring up, man. These niggas got me hot.
The homie burning here. Shit.
Fuck the fuck out, fucking.
Life. Wishing for a steak, eating on a Kit Kat. And your bitch ain't shit, my little homie hit that. He let his partners flip that, bring it through the set. Told him that I couldn't do nothing with that. She she riff-raff, bring that bitch back. I'm pretty sure a duck ass waiting to pick that up, dust her off, he missing that. You fucking up, hoe going hammer like the speakers in the trunk. Ain't nobody but us if you won't know where to get that real killer from. These opium raps, blue magic in the drums, vacuum lungs, Kush Dracula. You'll live forever fucking with us. Impressions everlasting, moving on up. We the crew them suckers mad at. I don't give a fuck, loud weed, loud laughing. Y'all making excuses and I make it happen. Y'all acting and I'm actually in action. There's something about a nigga like me. New Orleans bossed up, J.E.T. Neighborhood kids looking up to him. Bad bitches staying true to him. Niggas trying to do him. They can't do nothing to him cause he like stainless steel. Only hating on him cause he keep it way too real. I don't know why but he just so fly. Inspiration in the clouds and I ride by. Yeah, better get up on them beat skies. Killing niggas like a drive-by. Control flow, no wildfire. If it's meant for ya, I deliver like a sniper. Fire, right between your eyes, no liar. Came up with these rounds one night in my spider. Who's in my city? I ain't go in the club for 5 minutes. I just hopped on side it, leaned on my exotic, chopped it with my compadres, conspiring on how to take the bank and not trip the sirens. Jets ain't just a pilot. Anybody reppin' my set, trained and certified in the flyness. It's more to this than your clothes, little bro. Even though I look cool in these threads, I make moves with a level head. Rolling up in the Lincoln with some Snoop playing, thinking about there's something about a nigga like me. New Orleans bossed up, J.E.T. Neighborhood kids looking up to him. Bad bitches staying true to him. Niggas trying to do him, but they can't do nothing to him cause he like stainless steel. They only hating on him cause he keep it way too real. There's something about a nigga like me. New Orleans.
Yes, we are fucking doing a space tomorrow because I know I got more shit to pop. We renting. If y'all niggas is not trying to aid in the bed my motherfucking rents, don't come to the spaces tomorrow. I'm telling you right now. I'm yelling at niggas tomorrow. I don't know what the fuck we talking about. We could talk about season 2 of fucking Gilded Age, or I could lay into you niggas, pause, for the bullshit. I don't know, but we gonna be on spaces tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern. You understand? Please believe that shit.
Bossed up, J.E.T. Neighborhood kids looking up to him. Bad bitches staying true to him. Niggas trying to do him, but they can't do nothing to him cause he like stainless steel. They only hating on him cause he keep it way too real. I don't know why, he just so fly. Inspiration in the clouds and I ride by. Get up on them beach skies. Cause like a drive-by. I deliver like a sniper, between your eyes, no liar.
Not aiding the best branch, not Hotep. I'm telling you, I don't fuck around, dog. I'm telling y'all some real shit. Hold on. Cliff signed up to the Patreon? Hold on, Cliff.
Hey,
Cliff, no. Just join Patreon. Shout out to yeah, that's what the fuck I'm talking about, Cliff. That's what the fuck I'm talking about, Cliff. You goddamn right. Shout out to my niggas Sammy and my niggas Cliff, man. Coming through. That's the fuck I'm talking about. Hold on, we not fucking done.
See that white thing out there? Yeah, the one with the ticket on.
We not done.
Yeah, I ain't got to pay.
The show is over. We're not doing no more history. For tonight. I'm rolling up. Yeah, understand? This song is gonna talk my shit. Yes, sir.
Bitches on chemicals, moving bodies, sensual, sexual, cynical, octopus and killer tentacles. Drown many a clown nigga, bitches will do it to you every time. Ashes and ink every line. Yeah, swear I lived a pimp life more than a couple times. The way I get in they minds without ever spending mines. Take a boss out to eat weak, bitch. I won't serve from turf steak. Big shrimps, 100% show. If I'm in the building, your hoes trailing my scent, yo, you know. Let me park my whip so I can get out and talk my shit. Let me park my whip so I can get out and talk my shit. Life. Yeah.
What this is, Spitter?
Audio dope, overdose, you'll go out like scatter man. Watch classics, learn from the masters, extract data man. I got the pounds and the $1 million plans. Grand steering wheel in my hand, mama next to me, rubber banding up them grands. Fitting to hit the car lot, cop 2 champagne sedans. Bitches drunk wanting the funk, I'm sitting on the trunk, rolling one love, come on. We could ride, burn trees down, switch cars on the east side. Facetted and dreaded, calling your own family. Watch his heavy, strong arms snatch the world, carry it home. Me and my girls break a piece off, stuff it in the bone. Hit the couch, turn the game on. Yeah, homes. Let me park my whip so I can get out and talk my shit.
Nah, nigga.
Let me park my whip so I can get out and talk my shit. Shit. Close session. Close motherfucking session.
3 of them.
You know how I feel about you, Cynthia.
No, I don't.
You already know we here.
I know exactly how I feel.
Come on. Come on.
Alive to the limit, my jet set women. Say she only feel alive when she with him. Jet life trying to show she ride or die, even if it kill her. I guess that's why I dig her. She throwing up and setting on her pictures. I come get her, smoke villa through the cracked windows. Heavy conversation like dinner. Destination into the navigation. A GPS we kept from my out of state rental. Underneath the moon and stars, riding it in Grizzle. You like that song? That's my nigga, he from Mississippi. I be on tour with him, you should come along with her. Champagne flutes, cheese trays, fruit, fuck you know. 4 seasons, drunk, rolling the joint, hitting buffet tables the fuck up. Get you back to your mans so you know what's what. Your friends hating on you and saying you lucked up. Allowed to limit my jet set women. They allow me to get in wherever I fit in. I stop by, we be chillin', I get high with them. She caught 3 nuts, but she never catch feelings. And bitch, with that disposition, we can count millions. I see that in you, got that 420 vision. 98 living, these iceberg sweats got 20 racks in them like snacks. And dreaded. Allowed to limit my jet set women. They allow me to get in wherever I fit in. I stop by, we be chillin', I get high with them. She caught 3 nuts, but she didn't catch feelings. And bitch, with that disposition, we can count millions. I see that in you, got that 420 vision. Allowed to limit my jet set women. Allowed to limit my jet set women. They allow me to get in wherever I fit in. I stop by, we be chillin', I get high with them. These iceberg sweats got 20 racks in them. Allowed to limit my jet set women. She caught 3 nuts, but she didn't catch feelings. Allowed to limit my jet set women. I stop by, we be chillin', I get high with them. These iceberg sweats got 20 racks in them. Like snacks. And dreaded.
We're not done. Like I literally have like a 300-hour spitter fucking playlist, bro. Like I really can, like I can never lose. Like I can never not have a spitter song on deck. Hold on, where's it at? Talk to these niggas, spitter. We rock astronauts to fly the BBC.
BBC. Rock astronaut suits by the BBC. Yeah. Jets, nigga. Shout out to the big homie. Shout out to Big Ben. Ferris Bueller. This ought to be good for like a whole box of Lettermans and hoodies and all that shit. Word to trademark, my style need a padlock. Moon man suited up, I'm an astronaut. You're mad because I does what you cannot. Crib fit for a king. You would swear I had an architect from Camelot. Inspired niggas to go, why could I ever stop giving niggas the hype? The rhymes I rock, inspire fly niggas to shop. And bitches rub their titties like they did for Big Pop. Spitter, keep it honest, diamonds and dollars. In the Bahamas, slice your wifey like an avocado. Blame it on the Moscato, she went crazy with the bottle. Fly vision, I seen it all through aviator goggles. Las Vegas, heavy wages, stakes raising, poker faces, and a red label. On large, I roll up like zigzag paper. Shock their ass, give them this taste. I get it on like the power button on the remote. So, roll with us or you choke on the jet smoke. I get it on like the power button on the remote. So, roll with us or you choke on the jet smoke. And I'm so sure that them suckers over there ain't making the same kind of shit we making over here. Them niggas switching the rules, they ain't even playing fair. Originality seemed to have vanished in the air. I remember a time back when niggas could rhyme. My iPod in the ride, a nigga bumping the tribe. Got my pedal to the metal in my daylight highs. Me, myself, and I, me, myself, I'm high. See, I sleep in my eyes, gotta keep a disguise behind enemy lines. By the time they recognize that I have arrived, I done entered their minds. Sneaker freaker, baby, who could be more sneaky than I? Spitter be the equivalent to a bed of nails. He who sleeps on Spitter will not sleep well. Got cheese and guac, nigga Taco Bell. I been had this bread, it's all moldy and stale. I don't like the power button on the remote. So roll with us or you choke on the jet smoke. I get it on like the power button on the remote. So roll with us or you choke on the jet smoke. Yeah. BBC. Rock astronaut suits by the BBC. Rock astronaut suits by the BBC.
Listen, this has been another episode of Hotep History Live. Thank you so much for coming through. I was your host with the most, President Hotep Dudes, representing Hotep Nation inside of Hotepistan. Be there 2 p.m. tomorrow, Saturday, November 29th. We're talking shit. Like, we just talking. You feel me? Come on through. Come on through. I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. So make sure you come on through. Come on. I'm really like that. Always remember that. Talk to him, Spitter. What we did?
Day in the life. Woke up to what we didn't smoke last night. Got right, got high. I got hibachi leftovers, little steak, fried rice. I got fresh and select with the drive out. Swear it's like GTA 5 out. Swear it's like NBA Live. Weather tight, gorgeous outside. Ferrari horses galloping from the fortress. Now when you rollin', women notice, and some approach it. Some of them hoes and shit, some of them worth it, some of them sorceress, but nobody's perfect. H-Town South swinging, sure they think I'm drunk swerving. Nah, love, I'm driving like this on purpose. Oh, just banging with my journey. Now she rolling with a boss cause she deserve it. I seen this badass bitch in some high-top whites. I seen this badass bitch in some high-top whites. Then I met a badass bitch in some high-top whites. Now I got a badass bitch in some high-top whites.
Come on.
I'm a motherfucking race car. Nigga, you the motherfucking bait car. Don't even be on bad bitches radar. Share life, we in the house like baseboards. Just kush I had to fly to LA for. This wax I had to fly to the Bay for. Bad bitch that I wish I could've stayed for. But that ain't what a nigga get paid for. That's how it is, wish that I could say more. Don't be like that, girl, keep it player. You know a nigga grind on major. But I be back, keep your hair the same way, girl. I put the story on paper and the weed in the air. Pretty cars, pretty bitches, I done had my share. But I had to tell y'all the one about the one that I met in the ones. I seen the badass bitch in some high top. I seen this badass bitch in some high top whites. I met a badass bitch in some high top whites. Now I got a badass bitch and some high top whites.
No, I'ma jam out until I feel like it. I ain't gonna lie. This my shit.
Young exclusive.
Smoke gas, strange jet life, and I'm the one behind the wheel, mind on the mill, wondering how long could it last. Never been a square one from square one. All about that there, cake and layers. Counted up a way fast fare. I must say I'm feeling quite debonair on this speedboat in this night air. Transport this cargo rare. Just recorded these, rapping like package keys, higher than the flying trapeze. Might give you the roaches when I leave. Closest you get to smoking like G's. Freeze, it's AOB. What could you do for me? All on a bitch, but we can't all do this. Some of you niggas is simp. Water whip, camera pimps. I'm here to close the lid on all that shit. Old niggas in the low ride, smoking gas, screaming jet life when they roll past. I'm the one behind the wheel, mind on the mill. Just wondering how long will it last. 1 foot in, 1 foot out. I can't get out, I can't get in. As the wheel of fortune spin, torturing men. Find my pot of gold, same time lost friends. Fell out with some niggas as my ship came in. Now I'm smooth sailing and they barely could swim. Tried to told them, Testarossa pop up head like showed them. The road was golden and they didn't know it, like you gave up when the race was almost over. You could've placed and won the trophy, but you chose to fold up on me. Best of luck, I can't afford to give a fuck. With all these bitches trying to get it, I'm too busy living to be concerned with suckers who don't earn what I earn. You just a threat to yourself, you'll learn. As the world turns, the joint burns. Time machine on dating 13s, I'm the one stern. Sucker scared, better cop some insurance. Niggas in the van on your block, word the big worm.
Thank y'all for coming through.
Niggas in the low ride, smoking gas, screaming jet life when they roll past. I'm the one behind the wheel, mind on the mill. Just wondering how long will it last. Low ride, smoking gas, screaming jet life when they roll past. I'm the one behind the wheel, mind on the mill. Just wondering how long will it last.
Alright, as always, you can't have your future without the present. You can't have your present without the past. We don't study history to live in the past, but order our steps in the present so we can positively what?
When a man
Affect our
comes to
future.
this point
Thank
in
you
his
guys
life,
for coming in,
he wants to turn
coming
over
through,
the things he's been blessed with.
tapping in.
Turn them
I'll
over
see
to
you
friends
guys tomorrow at 2 o'clock
as a
p.m.
reward
Eastern.
for the friends he's had,
And as always,
and to make sure
Hotep and Bill.
that everything goes well.